Hey, this is Tracy Smothers, Wild Eye Southern Boy, FBI, should kill Ali, anything else to do. I don't know, I had every gimmick was, been fired from everywhere at least once. About to do a career interview with Hannibal TV, and if you don't watch it, everybody dies.
This is Hannibal from thehannibaltv.com, and today we have Tracy Smothers here, who is also known as Freddie Joe Floyd. He was in WWE, WCW, and ECW, and he's going to do a career interview with us. How are you doing today?
Good. Thanks for having me.
And we're actually in Evansville, Indiana, where you live for this interview. I don't think you grew up here, though. Could you talk about where you grew up?
No, I grew up outside of Nashville, Tennessee, a little town called Springfield, like 25 miles from Nashville. Rural area, but yeah, Robertson County.
And what was your childhood like?
My dad had a farm, and he also was in the car business. He had part owner in the car lot. My mom was Department of Human Services. She was supervisor in 3 counties, things like that. And we worked on the farm, worked at his car lot from 8 years old up, and small town atmosphere. Everybody worked, for their parents, farm, did their chores, did everything, just country, everybody played sports. In high school, I played football, wrestled, baseball team, golf team. Not that I was so great at it. Everybody just played everything because there wasn't that many people. But good area, from pretty crazy. Guys I ran with, the thugs. Man, what characters they are. That's one reason I don't live in Tennessee anymore. but oh my God, you're gonna hear some nicknames. Peppy, Stud, Cockbite, Jambo, Wild Dog, Snoopy, Chirp, Beano. They called him Beano because when Beano was born, said there will be no more. And then gin was born because that was Mr. Roth's favorite drink was gin. So I called her Gin. But yeah, there were some characters. Jambo, Smitty, all those guys. All of them were good athletes. They were crazy, and they were a little older than me, all those guys were. But I ran with them from I was about 13 till about 21, I guess, something like that. But I mean, it wasn't no nobody wore all the colors and all that stuff. There was the thugs. It stood for T is for terrible, H is for hell, U is for ugly, and G is for jail, because a thug can't spell. That's the way. There was us, the thugs. There was what do they call them? Southtown Rinky Dinks, as the white boys. They were nuts. Donnie Wallace and them. And then there was Southtown, which was the black guys. Then there was Rose Hill, which was the black guys. And there was the boys called the Goat Boys. That was from way out in the sticks. We were in the country, they were in the sticks. And we call them Well Digger. I can't remember some of the others, but everybody would hang out in the parking lots, and cruise around. Back, that's what, 80s, early 80s, late 70s, stuff like that. And it was right on the Tennessee-Kentucky line. That Springfield was, for the longest time, it was really crazy. A lot of drug trafficking through there and anything on the state line. But Springfield, for the longest time, was ranked in the top 20 in the country for murders, and they were actually kind of proud of that. It's crazy, but it was a different era, different time. A lot of good friends there. I don't get down that way much anymore. It's grown a lot now. It's gotten really crazy, they say. But I lived there to about 95. And then I moved to Nashville from 95 to about 2002. And then that's when I went to Branson, Missouri. Yeah.
Sounds like the movie The Warriors.
Yeah, but it wasn't. There was more country. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Country thugs. And we would go to Nashville, and we'd always played tackle football, and the thugs and we would go and find a bunch of the boys playing flag football and get them to play us and stuff and do, and you know, it's crazy. And but yeah, they were something else. Pepe, one of the guys, we called him Pepe because he looked like his dog. His dog got run over 100 times, never got killed or anything. But his dad, Ron Gallagher, played football at Notre Dame, and was a big badass dude and had a real good job. CEO at the steel factory there, and Pepe works there now, and you know, good position. But Pepe, he was a good football player, good baseball player, good boxer. He didn't wrestle. He couldn't wrestle because he fist fight. You know, he'd throw punches. But he was Irish. You know, red-haired freckles, and I used to work out with him a lot. He would have been great for our business. He was 5'10", 205. You know, not an ounce of fat, and he would have been great. But he walked on at the University of Tennessee because his 40 time wasn't that good. He's about a 4'8", something like that, and strong safety. And Larry Sievers, that was an All-American wide receiver, played a little pro, 6'4", like 225, come across the middle. Pepe hit him, turned him, flip. He tried to swing on Pepe, and Pepe beat his ass and kicked him off the team. Just stuff like those guys they were something else.
And I heard you actually had an amateur wrestling record in your high school.
Yeah, I wrestled sophomore, junior, senior year, but our team had only had a team for 2 years, and our coach just knew the basic switch side roll, you know, and you know, Granby, stuff like that, and single A, all that, you know. And I won district my junior year. I got fourth in region. I made it to the state. I was the first guy to make it to the state from our school. As I said, my sophomore year, my first year was only the second year the school had a team. A lot of them were way more advanced than we were. You know,
yeah.
My senior year, I got second in the district. I wasn't as serious. You wrestled, right?
Yeah.
I was a natural 185 my junior year. I was in my junior year, and I could make it no problem. But my senior year, I'd get up to around 200, 205, and I had to lose a lot of weight the day of the match and stuff. And I wasn't as serious, and I was kind of chasing this one cheerleader, girl from Whites Creek, Donna. She's a Facebook friend, Donna Clark, if you're out there, Miss Whites Creek. But anyway, the guy that won the state my senior year, I had beat him my junior and sophomore years. He beat me once or twice, but I beat him 4, 5, 6 times. He beat me in district, and I wasn't dedicated. And you lose 6, 8 pounds a day of a match. I mean, that's hard to go out there, and I had to do that a lot because I wouldn't diet like I needed to, and just wasn't as serious. Played baseball, played catcher, and football, played defensive tackle. We played about everybody played every. I played center, defensive tackle, things like that. We didn't make it to state, but we got a bowl our last year. We beat Gallatin, who has been undefeated forever, and beat us forever. And a few guys off my team, but one guy played at Tennessee State. He played a little in the Canadian League, got cut by Cowboys with the Chiefs, stuff like that.
And were you a wrestling fan growing up?
Oh yeah. Everybody was. One more guy I want to talk about, Jesse Gray. We used to call him Blockhead. He was one of the thugs. He was a great athlete. Ran a 4.5 40 for a white ball. Great pitcher, shortstop, playing position in baseball. Could have went to school at any SEC school, but he messed around with Laurie Jones his senior year. Failed English, couldn't play baseball. Walked on at Austin P, who had the Ohio Valley Conference in ERA. He did. He got killed in a car wreck 2004. Truck hit him head on, ran red light. His son, if you keep up with baseball, anyone out there, played for the Oakland A's for a few years there, named Sonny Gray. Now he's a pitcher for the Yankees, New York Yankees. He grew up with my son
Wow.
Kyle. Yeah.
So you had wrestling on TV. I guess it would have been Memphis Wrestling.
Yeah. Nick Goulas was before, and then Jerry Jarrett. Jerry Jarrett wrestled for Nick Goulas, and then Jerry Jarrett started his own, and they were head-to-head for a while. But it wasn't any cable TV, and you got it 1 hour a week, and they'd come to where I live about once a month, but they'd be in Nashville every Wednesday night. They used to be, and it was a big deal. And of course, different era, but Mr. Perry would go every Wednesday night at the strawberry patch, and he had the tobacco field. And I worked for him picking up hay and whatever. I worked for him and several other farmers, but he'd come by every Wednesday, and he lived up the road from me, and he'd come by and he'd hit the horn, and I'd go jump in his truck and go with him on Wednesday nights. When I was just a little kid, but to the fairgrounds.
Did you think it was real back then?
Well, you kind of, some guys you believed in, you did, you kind of knew it wasn't, but you respected it and did, because it's like Houdini. He's not magic, but you don't know how he did it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now, of course, everybody knows everything, and there wasn't cable TV, like I said, and live events, stuff like that. People where now they got all the technology and everything that you got, internet and network and YouTube and everything else.
Yeah.
And wrestling's on every night of the week. Cable, of course.
Did you have any favorites?
Dutch Mantel was one of my favorite ones. Randy Savage. I can remember when Jerry Jarrett, Tojo Yamamoto. I remember when Tojo Yamamoto turned on Jerry Jarrett. Oh my God! You just you couldn't believe it. Jerry Jarrett, it had the all blonde hair. Good old boy, country boy. And knew how to sell, and just made you feel sorry for him.
Yeah.
And he really did. And of course Jerry Lawler. Jerry, the King, and I can remember Jackie Pargo. He was one that was really one of the favorites, my favorites, and Jackie Pargo and him, and Pargo kind of broke Lawler in the business, and where they had the feud where he kind of passed the torch, you know what I mean? And Ricky Gibson, Robert Gibson's brother, you can remember him, and you knew he was tough, badass. Bearcat Brown, Lynn Rossi. He used to be around, I don't know if you know that name, but he was a real good wrestler, the sweeper, you believed it,
Yeah.
And then kayfabe was in effect, and they always come out in different dressing rooms.
Yeah.
Now it's all the same one, and I believe Vince started that, but Bill Dundee, of course, Bill Dundee, was a scrapper. I knew Bill Dundee since I was in 8th grade. The gym I used to train at, I lived 15 miles from the Davidson County line, Nashville,
Okay.
25 from Nashville, but the gym I used to work out at, a lot of the boys trained in there, and I'd see Bill Dundee in there all the time. I talked to him for the longest time, all the time.
Is that the famous gym where he was attacked at by monsters?
No, that was Cosmopolitan.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember when that happened. I was on the news, everything. Because like I said, there was no cable back then, and I remember that happened. I don't know the exact story, but it's like he jumped him, come after him with a knife or something, didn't they? And Bill pulled a gun.
They came after him in the parking lot, Randy and Lanny and Angelo, and it was Randy that threw the blows, and then Bill managed to get the gun out of his trunk, and then that was the point where they took off, but they called the cops on Bill, I guess.
Yeah, it was on the news. It was like 1978, 79, something like that, somewhere in there. I remember that. I remember that. And
What did you think of Randy Savage in those days?
He was crazy. He was crazy. He was something else. He was. I got to work with him. I got to work with him when they would, him and Lawler and all them made amends and worked together, and Randy and Lanny and Angelo. I worked with Angelo more than Randy or Lanny. I worked at Lanny a lot too, but I worked Randy one time on TV, and went 11 minutes. I want to say he made me look good, and that's hard to do. Suplexed me on the floor. I think I've told that story, and I can remember saying he took a suplex on the floor, and I said, "No." He goes, "Oh, you are now." and David Schultz was in there then, and had suplexed one of the Battens. I want to say 84, something like that. It was after that happened when he slapped the guy. David did. It was just right after that, and look up, and David's in the dressing room. And wow, because you didn't have the social media, you didn't have all that you have now. You didn't have cell phone, you didn't have internet, you didn't have cable, you didn't have, well, yeah, cable was getting going.
Yeah.
Was getting going, and USA and all that, and that had happened with David, and he had done it one of the Battens, so Randy had to one up him, and I can remember, and I said, I thanked him for the match. I said, thank you. To me, I was like working Babe Ruth or something, because he's Randy, and he goes, kid, never think somebody that suplexes you on the floor. And I was like, you got a point, But and that night I worked David and fought for my life. Dressing rooms didn't connect in Nashville, and he had to be strong, but he made me look good and didn't work. And he didn't amateur wrestler, but he was just tough. You know what I mean? He was a tough guy. Just tough.
Yeah, because some people say he was a bully, but I've heard from numerous credible people that he was actually very tough, legitimate.
Yeah, just tough, just natural. Didn't lift weights, didn't train really or nothing. Just a big old raw bone Jackson, Tennessee. You know what I mean? Country boy.
So how did you actually break into the business, and what motivated you to want to get into it?
I always liked, you knew they were athletes, and you knew they were tough, and you knew it was, you hear the fake thing and all that but you'd watch it in some, and you go see live, and you'd see some, and you knew that it was, and of course the drama, the storyline and all, and Lawler was a heel. That's what people don't know. For the longest time was a hell of a heel, top heel for a long time toward the end, and then he turned babyface and never, backed. But he was, man. I mean, they sell out Memphis every week, sell out Louisville every week, Evansville every week, Nashville every Saturday. Jerry Jarrett, of course, had his head when Jerry Jarrett had his mind into it. You know what I mean? When he was totally into his mind into wrestling, and he was so successful, and he got where he let Jerry Lawler and Bill and Dutch and everybody kind of run it, and he had his place in Florida, go fishing. He had his place up in Canada, he'd go bear hunting, and things like that. And they running his business and then when Jeff got working, he got back in it some, for a bit there. But when Jerry Jarrett was in his prime. All the gimmicks, what you see Vince McMahon do with the gimmicks, remember in the 80s when they did all that, with all the gimmicks, you saw that, he got that from Jerry Jarrett. Jerry Jarrett did, and Jerry Lawler did all of that. And really, Jerry Jarrett was kind of Lawler's mentor, somewhat, and Jerry Jarrett could come up with stuff, angles, just he'd be like singing or something, and just come up with stuff and going, where did that come from? He was a genius. I mean, you've seen his place. He's successful in everything he's ever touched, and he taught me a lot. He used to take us in there and teach us doing interviews in the big house on the hill in the ballroom and stuff. Jeff, Pat Tanaka, Paul Diamond, myself, and then we'd make Evansville that night in the limousine. I messed it up because I was driving the limousine a lot of the times, and I'd be like, we were always like trying to make time, get front doors and stuff and do it, and I would get people pull over. Not that I was reckless and do, but I drove a little too fast. But I learned a lot from him, and a very smart man, and I saw the piece you did with him where it showed his home, and boy, he's with it. He's with it.
What do you think about Bruce Pritchard in recent years saying that Jerry Jarrett's full of shit and he never did anything in the business? I don't know if you've heard about that.
I have, and I'm like, Bruce knows better than that. He knows better than that, but I mean, Bruce's mentor was Paul Bosch.
Right.
Paul Bosch, who was very smart, always had the rings on his hand, and Bruce from Texas, and I don't think he was real familiar with what Jerry had done. That's the only best way I could answer that.
Yeah.
With all the drama, but then with Jerry Jarrett, I know this when Vince, the steroid, this years ago, the steroid thing, the trial and all.
Yeah.
Jerry Jarrett was, if he had to go to prison, Jerry Jarrett was going to be the one running it.
Yeah.
Jerry Jarrett, not Pat Patterson, and Bruce was kind of, Pat was Bruce's mentor, I think, kind of, and of course Paul Bosch, and Bruce was right in there with him and helped build it. And he helped build it all. Very smart, very intelligent, very smart. Bruce was Bruce, though. Bruce, Bruce is a smart ass. That's just Bruce. He's always been like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know how it is. You deal with guys and do. But I saw all that and do. But I think Jerry might have kind of let him know that he was the man when he was about to do that. And, you know what I mean? In a nice way, how he did. And I believe that was Bruce might have got a little pissed off about it. And Jerry could come off. Well, you wouldn't think he had a clue what the hell he's talking about. But then he'd come to something new, and I go, okay, all right, now I see what you're saying. You'd be going, huh? And if you didn't know him and you didn't take the time to listen to him, to let him finish what he was coming with, because you can't say he's out there, but you ever see people so eccentric, he was way before his time. If you look back on the history, the gimmicks and the stuff they used to do there, and Vince took all that concept in '93. I think it was '93. Now the story, I'm not sure how it went, but it seemed like Vince McMahon came to the Coliseum, bought a ticket to hire Jerry Lawler. And then, of course, I hired, Jeff somewhere in there too, after that, and got in talks with Jerry Jarrett. You know what I mean?
And as Jerry told us, Vince's his first run in the ring was in Memphis too, because Jerry brought him to Memphis.
When as a heel.
Yeah.
With Brett and Owen.
Yeah.
And Brett and Owen were heels, and Vince, did you ever see the thing where Vince tripped Lawler?
No,
he was sitting ringside. You got to look at it, but Vince really got his heel persona, doing Memphis on some Mondays there. I wasn't working there then. I was the old Smoky Mountain was going, but I mean, I'd see the TVs every week, and then of course when all that happened years later with Brett, in the situation when he went full scale heel, but he did that for a while. And Brett was a hell of a heel. I can remember seeing some of that stuff him and Owen did with Lawler and those guys down there. But yeah.
And who actually trained you for your in-ring career?
Steve Kern, Stan Lane. They worked as the Fabulous Ones. They trained me. My dad actually knew Jerry Jarrett, and they were close to going in business together in the car business. Jerry Jarrett was going to own it, and my dad was going to run it. And they were that close to doing it, and I don't know what exactly happened, but I think Jerry. He lost interest, or I don't know if he wanted to dedicate the time, because he didn't really have to.
Yeah.
But him and my dad were pretty close there for a bit, and that's what Steve Kern and Stan had trained another guy. And they were the only ones around. We had a school, and my dad told him about me, and he told him about them. And I used to see them at the gym, and Steve and Stan, and then a lot of the guys, And I talked with them for a while, but they were so busy. It was about a year before they could train me, and they were going 6 days a week, twice on Saturdays, But they originally trained me, and then Tojo Yamamoto after that, and then Bob Armstrong.
Why do you think Steve didn't do as well as he probably could have in WWE?
That gimmick he had, the Skinner, was a good gimmick, but I'd always heard Vince kind of frowned on Southern type, gimmicks and stuff like that, but I don't know. Steve was his mid-30s, maybe around 40 then, maybe, and politics too, and that, because I think he had a run there with Brett, a little bit, and they had great matches, and they promised him a lot of, it didn't happen, and Steve was a hell of a worker, I got to work with Stan a lot with the Midnight Express thing later, with Bobby Eaton, Jimmy.
Was it Steve that got you hooked up with Florida Championship Wrestling?
Yeah, he helped. And of course, he always had the connection there, Mike Graham, and Pat Tanaka is the one that really actually got me with the Florida office. Back then, wasn't like now. All you sent was like a resume, really your 8x10 picture and write on the back of your picture your resume. That's about what you would do.
Yeah.
You know, you really would. And you know, maybe Betamax was going then. You know, if you get a Betamax tape, you know, VCRs wasn't even going yet. And I sent all that to Duke Kuamika, who was Pat Tanaka's father, and Mike Graham, Duke, and Hiro Matsuda. You know, those guys.
Yeah.
And I get a call. I got the call. Kevin Sullivan and Hero called me, and back in just home phone, and Kevin had Steve Armstrong already down there, and I knew Steve and Scott, and I'd not met Brad yet, and I'd met Bob a couple times, you know, before that, like 84, 85, something like that. And I was like, oh yeah, great. And he goes, we want to put a rebel gimmick on y'all and call you the Confederate outfit, all that, and call you the Wild Out Southern Boys, and have y'all do an angle with our tag champions, a new breed, Chris Champion, Sean Royal, and they were the first ones with the haircuts like that, and the music, Fight for Your Right to Party, you know, and now it's, you know, but, and we were babyface, them heels. Nowadays, we'd be the heels and them the baby faces, you know, and so that's gave me a starting date and everything, so you gave your 2-week notice, which you always did, and especially your home territory, which was for Jerry Jarrett and Jerry Lawler, and so you know you gave your 2-week notice in that and did business, whatever needed to be done on your way out, and then you could always come back. And so we were down there, I guess about a year, something like that, and then Crockett and Dusty bought it out. They had already done Kansas City, made it kind of like a farm league, developmental league type before it was ever called that. And they come in do big shows. And, you know, they're shortly after, a few months into it, they did, you know.
What did you think of Kevin Sullivan in those days?
Brilliant, very brilliant, very smart guy, knew how to draw money, still is. I still see him around some. And just a great mind for the business, and I don't know why he's not somewhere in a position, creative, some way, consultant, something, because he had a lot of stroke when they were beating WWE in the ratings, Kevin, because Hulk and those guys would listen to him. You know, and Eric and them guys would listen, you know, and you know, all of them, Randy and, you know, all the guys involved, the top guys, NWO, you know, all of those guys, you know, Kevin Scott and all, and he was very smart, very smart. Mark Lewin was another guy who was kind of Kevin's mentor, was real intelligent, out there, but yeah,
Kevin was telling me about the partying in Florida in the 80s, how crazy it was. Did you experience any of that?
My God, that's crazy. It was just Florida, you know. It was Florida, yeah. It was wild. Good time, though. It was, you would do Tampa Tuesday nights at that college. Wednesday at that studio, I can't remember what it's called. Historic place. It's tore down.
Fort Homer Esterly Armory.
What was it called?
The Armory?
Yeah, the Armory, whatever it was called.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it's called. But you do that Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, I think they just called it the Sportatorium or something. It was the Tampa version of it.
Yeah, it's the Sportatorium in Dallas. You know, but whatever it was called, you do TV there Wednesday mornings, and 1 week you do Fort Lauderdale, 1 week you do Miami.
Okay.
You travel through the Everglades. That was cool, and I didn't witness it, but Steve Kern and Barry Windham and those guys, Mike Graham and all over, we traveled in this way in a van, and they would like shoot at hogs and stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, and just this crazy stuff. I can remember us fishing, heading to a show. It was down toward that way. It was myself, Ron Simmons, Steve, Scott Hall, and remember the Mulkeys?
Yeah.
The Mulkey brothers, all of us fishing. Steve Kern rides by and throws. Remember those? What do you call them? H-bomb, cherry bomb.
Yeah.
Throw them into the water, those garfish, and he'd throw the, I think it's cherry bomb or something like that. I can't remember what you call it. He would do pull ribs, stuff like that. Mike Graham went by us one night and screaming out the window, said that we had messed around with his wife and we didn't know he was disguised or something, and had a gun and then pointed at us. We're always at the van, and we wheeled off the road, went through the field and everything, just good times. Yeah, but Florida was wild. It was wild, and you would do Lakeland once a month. You do Sarasota once a month. You Miami or Fort Lauderdale was every 2 weeks. I was there not long. When I come in, it was after Bruiser Brody.
Had the Lex Luger thing?
Yes. Lex no-showed the towns the rest of the whole loop. And good business, right?
Yeah.
Was, and it killed it. It killed Florida, and
Yeah, because the story Luger says is that he didn't actually run out of the arena. He claims that he's talked to Brody after, but other people have disputed that.
I really don't know. All I know is what I saw, what they showed us, what on camera.
Yeah.
And the story. I love Lex to death. God bless him. And hate that what happened to him, but he's in better mental place he is than he ever was. He's humbled. But something to the effect. Lex called the next day and just more or less said he wasn't coming the rest of the week. This other, that, and do. And Kevin Matsuda, Hiro Matsuda was a bad dude, man. He was a shooter, judo and the whole deal. He was. And those Florida, all of them guys, they're tough. And Lex just more or less said he wasn't coming. That's what we heard,
Did you ever meet Brody before he passed away?
Yeah. During that time in '87, he came in for a week and worked the original Sheik. Remember him?
In Florida?
Yeah, Kevin brought him in. And he worked Sheik in Miami, I know. Maybe Sheik just did Miami. Well, Stevie and Armstrong, my old partner, he knew Big Frank Brody. His dad and Brody were good friends,
Okay.
And you just you'd see him go, God, that guy is crazy looking. And Stevie goes, yeah, he is. He goes, but I've known him since I was this high. He loves it. We're cool with him. He likes you. You're good with him. You're not. Get away from him. Like that. And I'm like, yeah, cool. So, and he had that far away look. Well, Stevie, I never smoked a joint, nothing, in my life until this. In '87, Stevie, Brody's working Original Chic, Miami Convention Center. Stevie goes, you've got to hit this joint with me. We're going to go up at the top of this building here, and you've got to at least do it one time with me, because we've done this all our lives. Whenever Big Frank, they called him Big Frank or Uncle Frank, was working, all the Armstrong boys would get somewhere. Or Brian didn't ever travel as much with them. He was younger, but with them. But Steve, Brad, and Scotty always did with Bob. You know what I mean? But get somewhere where they watch Brody just tear the whole arena up. So sure enough, I go up there, and I did, and I didn't know my name, and I watched that man tear down. He ripped. I'm not exaggerating. Anything that wasn't nailed down, he destroyed it. I never seen nothing like it. I never seen it. A hell of a house, everything. Him and she never even got in the ring. Never even got in the ring. Fought all over the arena. He tore everything up. You ever see them concession stands with wheels on them?
Yeah.
He turned one of those things over. He kept on. People just going crazy. And it was after the match. And he didn't get it. And then he went back to it. Went back 3 or 4 times. Finally, he did. Turned it over.
Wow.
Yeah. I've never seen that. And that was on a Wednesday, I can remember. And it seemed like he stayed like Wednesday till Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday, Kevin did a thing with him, and just a no count out, whatever it was, street fight, whatever they did, fought all over. I remember in the bleachers, Brody were doing a pull apart, all of us. And he goes, he grabs my hair and he goes, sell your back. Bam! I mean, he drilled me. I thought I was paralyzed. And I went down to all fours right there and he goes, watch the punt. And he punted me. And I went down them steps like a Cactus Jack type bump, and I didn't mean to, And I didn't much feel the steps as much as I was numb. My back and I ain't never been kicked that hard in my life, or broad arm. I mean, he was a beast. Back then, when in his prime, he was about 6'8", about 325, about 350, and he couldn't spell steroid. And he just a big old West Texas, and just a romping, stomping, ass kicked, and he was the man in Japan. He was the man in Japan. I was in Japan my first tour that I ever did a year later when he died, when he got killed.
Yeah,
I remember him coming in telling us. Sakaguchi from New Japan come in telling us they were still mad at him because he had jumped and went to Baba.
Yeah.
He beat Inoki in the squat challenge, in front of the Japanese press.
What was the squat challenge? I haven't heard of that. Who could do the most squats?
Hindu squats, and he could do 1,000 squats. But he beat Inoki, and I think he's supposed to put him over. I think so. I'm not sure on that. Brody was a beast. I hear these guys telling stories about how they did this or did that or punked him or beat him up or something. I've never heard of it, and they never did. And they waited about 10 years after he died to even talk about it.
Yeah. Did you have much contact with the original Sheik other than that night? Was he around any of the territories you worked?
Some. I'd see him. I've seen him around at some. And he was always all right to me. He kept to himself a lot. He wasn't a fighter. He wasn't a shooter. And like him and Abby and Brody, when they'd be on shows, I've been on some with them, And if the house was good, they would kind of work together and get, they'd hold them up for money, in their own way, however they did it, they would.
And what did you think about Abdullah overall? I know you were on a bunch of cards with him over the years.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe he's that way with everybody, but he'd be all right to my face, and I'd hear stuff, dude. I know he didn't like the gimmick with the rebel flag. And isn't he from Canada, right? He's from Canada, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I thought. I thought he was a real brother. I don't mean that, but he didn't like the rebel flag. He's voicing, I'd just say, champ, it's a gimmick. I'll be Malcolm X, pay me, and things like that. But I can remember in '93 working for Japan, All Japan, and look up, and here comes Champ down Roppongi, that strip would come out of Ribera's, and he's in a big Rolls Royce. It's one of his sponsors, and I guess, isn't his wife Japanese, right? Yeah. And something off of his wife, somebody, I don't know who it was, but I remember that, he had sponsors, and he'd hang in the lobby, and his sponsors would take him out, and he'd get money off of them, they paid for everything, dude, he had them everywhere, and he did, and then he'd look for another one. He was always on the scam, you know what I mean? Always on the prowl, I'm sure he still is,
He was one of the highest paid guys to work in Japan with Brody and the Road Warriors, I think.
Yeah. Stan Hansen. Stan Hansen, that's another one. Yeah, oh man.
Yeah, I interviewed him a few years ago, too.
He was a beast.
At what point did you work the bear?
First time I ever did, I wrestled 3 different bears. The first time I ever did it, I went to Carson Newman College, played football. I was supposed to wrestle too. I went for football and wrestle. Couldn't keep my grades up. Hard. You know how it is. It's just so much. 3 to 7 football. But I hurt my knee freshman year. I made varsity, and I was on the travel team. I was on special teams. I was second team defensive tackle. I didn't wrestle, but spring practice, my freshman year, I tore my knee up. And then my sophomore year, they redshirted me. After my freshman year, I played my freshman year, and they redshirted me my sophomore year because I cracked the vertebrae in my neck. On kickoffs, I was wedge buster on kickoffs head first, and and things like that. And I was frustrated with it, and there's a lot of politics. It's like anything, a lot of politics, and they had a new regime coming in and stuff. So I wanted to walk on to the University of Tennessee and play football, try to play football for Tennessee, but like a bucket list thing, right?
Yeah.
And was training hard, eating like 5 hamburgers, lifting heavy weights as hard as I could. I gained from 215 to like 245, and come back my sophomore year, didn't work out. I had talked to the coaches at UT, went to junior college, going to transfer, walk on to the University of Tennessee. Well, I'd see all the wrestlers in the gym, and back then, Jared's territory was doing real good, and those guys were doing pretty good. And I'd see the fabulous ones, and they were like rock stars, man. It was great,
Yeah.
And I'd see them, and that's what made me want to get in it. When I got in college, I had never seen cable wrestling. I'd never seen cable. I'd never seen a wrestling magazine at Springfield, and I didn't know who Dusty Rhodes and Bob Backlund, Superstar Graham, Billy Graham.
Yeah.
You guys can look, the Road Warriors when they were getting going.
Yeah.
We would watch it, in TBS Atlanta, Georgia Championship Wrestling, and that's when I started getting and I used to do a thing with one of the running backs, and we'd pro wrestle, and we down in where we'd watch wrestling at, and him and I would, and we didn't know what we were doing and all that, and everybody loved it, and actually. During that time, my sophomore year, myself, Jeff Carmen, and I can't remember the other guy, he's a linebacker, and a few other guys, we all went to the Omni to watch wrestling, Georgia Championship Wrestling. King Kong Bundy, remember him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Butch Reed, Tony Atlas, a lot of the Road Warriors, and they were the big thing. They were the draw. They were the hottest thing going. They kind of changed the business, and that was, you believed in them because they beat the shit out of guys, Well, the Briscoes, Bob Armstrong, and a bunch of Buzz Sawyer, Mad Dog Buzz Sawyer, Tommy Rich, and we went down to the Omni, and then we went another time, and we went to Marietta, Georgia, and King Kong. Do you remember when he had the Body Slam Challenge?
Yeah.
Okay. I tried to slam him. I got in the ring with him and tried to slam him. Jeff Carmen, it was a power lifter, and he went up a little bit for Jeff. Of course, I don't know he's doing that, but now you look back on it, he didn't budge for me. He went in just to get the people a little bit, and and everything, and that was the hook. I was in the ring, I was a sophomore in college, and that was in Marietta, Georgia. I can remember because Bob and Brad worked the Road Warriors that night.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that where you wrestled the bear? Was it in Georgia?
No. Let me go back to that. I got off track. But it was after that.
Okay.
It was after that. I was at Ball State, Volunteer State Community College, and Ginger was the original wrestling bear.
Okay.
And Ginger was a black bear. She was older. She was 750 pounds. She had a muzzle. Of course, her claws were cut, and everything.
Yeah.
You signed a waiver before you wrestled. This was in 1983, 82, maybe 83, early 83, something like that. It's 3 years before what you see on YouTube.
Yeah.
And Ginger, you knew who that was around, in the area, and it was a big deal. It was at a big bar in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I remember this. I was wanting to get in the business, and I saw that, and I go, man, I love bears. I love animals. And I was like, I try that. I want to try that. I just kind of did it, and then somebody dared me. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So one of the guys had one of the big passenger vans, right? We got like 12 guys in there, met up somewhere and did, and I didn't drink, so I drove the van.
Yeah.
I drove one of the guys' his dad's work van or something,
Yeah.
And a bunch of us went to that bar. Well, we go there and it had 8 people. They wouldn't let no more than 8 people wrestle the bear. You had to sign a waiver. And you sign that waiver, it says they're not responsible for whatever happened. It makes you think a little bit. This was 1983, early 83, 82, something like that. So I signed that, and some of the Middle Tennessee State University, Murfreesboro football players come down.
Yeah.
Big old boy, offensive tackle, 6'4", 6'3", 6'4", 260, 270, big boy. Maybe he was with Division I or small college All-American, or offensive tackle, something like that. Pros looking at him a little bit. He was real tall when he got into college. He wasn't heavy, but he put on muscle, and was a prospect. He was the first one wrestled the Ginger. Ginger was the oldest bear. Ginger was the toughest bear of any of them that ever was, and had been there. The guy that owned it had a cattle prod, and if somebody got out of line or she wanted to pet him up, he'd buzz Ginger, like that. And he told us, he said, "You get cute with my bear," and he said, "I'm on the cattle prod, and she's gonna tear your ass up." That's what he told all of us. He's like, "Oh God." You signed that, right? Well, yeah. I'm 18 years old. Or maybe I was 19 or 20, something like that.
Yeah.
And it was a year or two before I got into business. Actually, everybody's 82. Yeah, 82. Yeah. Well, you're sitting there and you're going, wow. And he had a badass cattle prod too. And Ginger, was older, but she was what they called her the shooter bear. Well, this guy that played, they said, "Don't tackle my bear," and he says, "Don't tackle my bear," and he said, "Don't punch my bear. So you do, I'm gonna turn her loose on you." That's what he told us. I'm like, oh shit, like that. So the one big old boy, he's pretty cocky. Had his girl, college, campus, a lot of students to watch him. He screwed up, man. Devin, he went down a 3-point right when they were getting ready to count it down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. He went down a 3-point stance like he's coming off the ball and going to tackle that bear or block him or whatever he's going to do. He didn't make it. And he's come off low like he would. That bear leg sweeped him so fast, took him off his feet so fast that it was right when that guy did it, went down there. He goes, zzz, and he hit that bear in the butt. Boy, and took him down. The guy went straight back, hit the back of his head, and they told us, they said, if she gets you down, turn your head and put your hands up because she's trying to bite you. Well, he didn't have time to do it. He hit the back of his head, blood went everywhere, and she was right on top of him, went wham, and broke his nose. Back of his head, knocked him out, broke his nose, pushed his nose up to his brain. He never played a down of football again. The ambulance carted him. That's the first thing I saw. I'm not exaggerating, and it was like that. And that guy just
was
like,
just a barroom floor.
Yeah. It was just a big barroom floor.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a ring. Or maybe it was a ring. One of them I did was just a barroom floor.
Yeah, because if he split his head open, it must have been a barroom floor.
It was a bar. Yeah, that was a barroom floor. Yeah. The one in Louisiana. Yeah, that one was a barroom floor. The one in Louisiana was in just a boxing ring, and then the one that I did on YouTube was a pro wrestling show. Yeah, that one was in a barroom floor because he hit the back of his head, blood went everywhere. He was on top of him, bam, right there, broke his nose, pushed his nose up to his brain. He never played football again. Ambulance, he was knocked out. Blood was everywhere. I mean, the man's on his back, bleeding from the back of his head and bleeding his nose, just blood just going just like that. And you're sitting there and everybody's going, fuck this. And me, right, I had the keys, so I took out, run into the car, and all the guys, 10, 12 guys, no, motherfucker, you're gonna do it. You said you're gonna do it. You're gonna do it. You already signed that and that, blah, blah, blah. They were taking bets and all kind of stuff. Guys, college, right? And I'm like, no. I was laughing. I wasn't really laughing. I was like, no. And so I watched everybody. And I never drank a beer in my life before that. And I did a shot, and I was like on it. And I was doing a little coffee, and then I was studying, watching. I thought, well, my best offense is a good defense. I went 3 3-minute rounds with her, and just not because the Bears were kind of playing. But if you get with them, but I made it 3 3-minute rounds with Ginger, and that's just with her. That was 82, 86. I worked for Bill Watts, old Mid-South, which was Oklahoma, part of Texas, Louisiana, all Louisiana, and part of Arkansas, part of Mississippi. Nick Adams had a bear, 7 foot, 1,500 pound grizzly bear. Huge. And this has been a few years. We worked Alexandria that night. I was single with a big, huge bar. They call it the Lighthouse, but they call it the Fight House. I mean, it was crazy. A big old warehouse it used to be. Huge bar all those Louisiana boys, you know, and the boys, you know. And after Alexandria, they had a big party, and you knew the Bear was going to be there, right? So we had a pro wrestling show, and a lot of people went there. Then went to the bar afterwards to watch that. And I can remember Duggan, Doc, Terry Taylor, a lot of the boys, you know. But I was with, remember Chavo Guerrero Sr.? Yeah, Chavo Guerrero Sr. and DJ Peterson, God rest both of them. So I was with those guys. I kind of ran with those guys, you know. Tommy Gilbert, I was traveling with him some, Terry Taylor some, you know, and those. And I was an expert, right? Because I'd done it before. And I'm going, and I'm watching those, because I didn't sign up for it. I was there on nice clothes, and I was out and single, you know, in '86. So I'm like sipping on a beer right there, and the guy got me a beer, and I told him I'd done it. You know, nobody really knew about it. And I said, yeah, I've done that before, man. I said, these guys are crazy. If they go after you, stay away from them, just stay away from them, you know. I was an expert, right? I'm like sipping on that beer, and they kept feeding the beer a little bit and a few shots. Well, I look up, and they don't like 7, 8 guys to wrestle the Bear, because the Bear gets tired of playing. So number 8, who they called me, they ribbed me. They put my name in, and I'm like, no, man, I don't want to do that. Hell no, I got my fever on. I'm now trying to hook up. You know, I was talking to this girl, tall, blonde, you know, and all, you know, and the whole bit. So yeah, I got in there with it, and you know, bears wrestle. You know, they're playing and do. That's a natural thing. They just play around, and and the harder you try, the harder they will do. They're not there. You don't piss them off. And I was setting out trying to get away from him, and something did, and boy, he was leaning on me, just 1,500 pounds, 7 foot tall, and I couldn't get him off of me. And in some way I did. I come around, and I come right into him, and my head got him right in the stomach. He was up close to the rope, kind of playing, you know. And however we ended up and did, and come out of it, and I butted him right there when I did. That Bear cinched up on me, and I went, whoa! And it was just like, it went from playing the strength and the size to, like, you know, and it was trying to bite me, and I had my head, you know, but it had its back teeth. You know what I mean? It didn't have a muzzle, and it couldn't really do it. I had an air, and I'm like punching him. It's like a baby hitting a man, you know. And Nick Adams owned the Bear, and he used to pro wrestle, and he had that Bear from when it was a cub. And I didn't do it on purpose, you know. That happened, but my head got it, almost like spun around something, and bam, right in the stomach. That Bear went right there, and I never, it like snapped. I thought he snapped me in two. And I'm not kidding you. Now you wonder why I limp, but honest to God, yes. And I was screaming, get this motherfucker! I was hitting him, bam, I headbutted him, everything. And Nick jumped on him, just dove on him, and had the chain and run around him, and he went right to playing with Nick, because Nick raised him from a cub. And I'm like, it was in that buckle, right? Well, I'm booking to get out of there, and I had on nice clothes, and they looked like a street fight. It was ripped off of me. You know what I mean? It was, you know, and then sweat blowed up, and I'm booking to get out of there, right? And that Bear was from to my side, was in that turnbuckle right there. And it's no fish story. And I heard, and I saw it look at me to the side of the eye, and I was to get out of there, you know, hard as I could go. And I heard it go like that, and just roared and come at me. And you know, they can outrun a horse for like 20 yards. They're that quick. And I got out of the ring, took a hell of a bump on the floor. I shit my pants, I thought I had a heart attack for a minute, and everybody's laughing at me, pouring beer on me, and the boys, you know what I mean, you know, and some of the guys, we knew the bouncers, some of them, you know, and stuff, and you know, it was all in good fun, but it wasn't funny to me. Thank God I had my sweats and t-shirt I brought with me. Did have to go clean myself up. And
did you pick up the blonde in the end after all that? You said you started off with a hot blonde at the start of the night.
No, didn't see her again. She was laughing at me and hooked up with someone. Yes, she hooked up with one of the bouncers, actually. One of the boys, one of those big boys that he bounced some when he was in town, and she did. She hooked up with him, and he worked on them offshore oil rigs. They'd be gone 2 weeks and off a week, something like that. And he bounced was in town. Yeah, she did. I wouldn't even think about her after that, you know. But that was the one you see on YouTube.
That was the easiest one of the three.
Oh yeah. Dutch Mantel. was working Wendell Cooley, Wildcat Wendell Cooley, and Dutch was champion. Wendell chasing him. Wendell wanted to get a title shot. This was how the angle. Wendell said he'll sign the match, wrestle, do anything to get the title match. You know, he signs it, doesn't read it, and Dutch says about the bear. That makes the bear, the bear is a heel.
Yeah.
And he said Wendell will have to wrestle the bear. Wendell had a bad knee.
Yeah.
Well, it got worse. I don't think he really wanted to do it. But in Prattville, he did get hurt, legit, he did. So they had nobody to wrestle the bear. So Robert Fuller, Dutch were kind of booking it, and you know how it is, right? They didn't build it, and they got it in 3 days. They had Birmingham, and I believe Montgomery, and Florence, Alabama. Birmingham, Montgomery was every week. Florence was every 2 weeks, but 3 major towns that they had. So they got to do something. So they got with me, and I worked out a deal with Robert, and of course Dutch managed the bear, and the Dutch had already done the bear fight. You can look it up. He had bear fighting experience and all that, and then Dutch had done all the interviews and everything. And I worked a tag match. Steve and I were working with Robert Fuller, Jimmy Golden, for the tag spot right there. Dutch was top heel, Wendell top babyface, things like that. Well, I worked 3 nights in a row, starting on Monday. I worked Robert and Jimmy, Stevie and I in the tag, and in the middle of the card, right before intermission, I worked the bear, and then I worked Dutch. I worked twice and wrestled the bear 3 nights in a row. And what was seen on YouTube was only the third of 3 rounds and the first of 3 nights. And the news, that was off a news clip. But they got Gordon Soley's commentating off the TV, some way, whatever they did. But they told me it was going to be on the news. But anyway, I'm back there and I was messing around playing with it, and it was only 10 months old. It was 550 pounds. It gained 100 pounds in a month. It was a Siberian grizzly bear. It had its back teeth, and of course the claws were cut. Yeah. Well, the Humane Society was there, and the World Wildlife Fund thing. They were there. They were all over it because the inhumane with the claws, the teeth, and they were really. I'd done the tag match. True story, and I'm sitting there and I'm over here, I'm praying. I don't know what this bear's gonna do. It's young, you don't want to get crazy. They've never been in front of people as far as a pro wrestling show, and how, because bar people are different than wrestling, wrestling fans, back in Continental, and you didn't know how I was gonna react, and I'm sitting there going, oh God, Lord. I look around and they turn around, they spin me around, and I'm on the news. And they says, hey, this other dude, don't you think it's inhumane to do this to the bear? This other blah, back teeth. No, all has no teeth, but just back teeth, no claws, this. And I looked and I said, look, the 2 people, the wildlife, and I said, look, lady. And the camera lady's on there, and I said, look, lady, I said, I got to work twice, wrestle twice, and I got to shoot with this bear 3 nights in a row. Why are you worried about the bear? Why are you worried about me? My God. Come on. My music was playing right there. I said, I don't really have time. They didn't show that on the news. But I did it 3 nights in a row, and man, I was physically spent. I mean, I was, he gave me off after that, for a week. And I honestly, I could get to the whirlpool, the shower, lay on the floor, and because working twice is hard enough, especially when there's a long break, but to do that in between with the bear. Shoot with the bear. But that was only the third of 3 rounds, and you're not going to beat a bear. They're just playing. So that I always hear they go, oh, you pinned a bear. I didn't pin no bear. No, but that one was just a cub, really, honestly.
And what are your memories of feuding with the stud stable at that time?
Oh, no, I'll shut up about that bear. But I have people come to me now, and they'll go, well, you don't look like you did when you wrestled that bear. This was 1989. That was 30 years ago. And
people always make those comments on YouTube too, like, oh, Sid looks different now. Well,
sure.
20 years later.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? First time I ever saw Sid, met Sid and I kind of started together. I started a little before Sid. I saw Sid. I can't remember the name of that gym. It used to be a chain in Memphis, but I look and come in the gym, start my workout and do, and I'm watching Big Sid training. First time I saw Sid, he was doing straight bar curls with 185 pounds, and he was repping it.
Yeah.
Repping it, 1983. And I went over to him and went, damn. I said, you need to get in the gym, you know, like that. And he goes, oh, I'm trying, like that. And he goes, he knew who I was I was doing jobs on TV. I wasn't full time. 83 to 86, I was part time. We had load trucks around until I got it on full time. And he introduced himself in that and he said I think he tried out for like World League football or something, USFL, something like that. Yeah,
USFL.
Yeah, he had done that, and he was getting ready to start training with Tojo, and I said, well, great. Okay. He goes, yeah. He goes, I'm excited. He goes, I can't wait to do it. I remember he goes, Tojo thinks I got a good chance. I looked and I went, good chance? I said, oh, you got a good chance. I need to go back to school now, because he was a monster, monster. But go ahead. The stud stable.
Yeah.
Learned a lot. Robert Fuller had a great mind for the business when he had his head in it. Jimmy Golden, Ron Fuller, and they had owned the Continental, and knew how to draw money and psychology, Just Steve and I worked with them a lot. I worked with them a lot, myself and John Paul. They put Brian Lee with them in there. 88, I worked with them off and on a year in Old Continental. And then 89, worked with them a lot there, that's about when Brian Lee came in the picture, and they had him with them, young guy, big, strong stud, and just a great mind, a lot of fun to be around, Robert, and Jimmy Golden, and classics, but guys like that, made our business, and they're the ones I call legends, guys like that.
We don't hear much about Brian Lee anymore, but he was a fake Undertaker, and I think he was in that biker group in WWE for a while. The name eludes me right now. But any thoughts on him, and why did him and the Undertaker not talk anymore?
All right, now this is what Brian come in 89, and him and Taker kind of started about the same time. They were always good friends, and Sid, and all those guys, well, Sid had been working a few years, Sid started before any of them, but they were all tight, But Sid more or less traveled out of Memphis, where Brian and Undertaker lived in Nashville, so they traveled some, but not as much. But Brian was real talented, had the look, blonde head, great body, everything, and he was a better heel than he was babyface. It was a natural heel once they turned him heel, and that's when he got his break, when they put him in the stud stable, and he learned a lot there with Robert. He had some tryouts in WCW. But you know how it is if you work with certain guys and they don't really work with you, and kind of made him look bad. And he was still kind of green, and then he got in Smoky Mountain, started in '92. Jimmy made him babyface, and Brian was a better heel than baby. And Jimmy tried to make him babyface, and he wasn't really a good babyface. He'd tell you, and he wasn't as into it, and everything. And then they turned him heel when he worked with me. Worked a program with him in the old Smoky Mountain in I want to say '93, late '93, something like that. After I'd worked White Boy, and they put Sonny Tammy. Jimmy had brought her and Chris Candido in, and put Sonny with Brian, and clicked, boy, because she had that look, he had that look, she had that gimmick, the Hillary Clinton thing, and all, and got over, did videos of the pools, and I had worked with Brian a lot already, in the Continental, and also in Tennessee, Tennessee later, Yes. Anyway, and so we worked with him a lot there, and about 6 months, and then they put him and Candido together. I worked Candido after that for about 6 months, and that was a blast. That's some of the best matches I've ever been involved with was him, and God bless him. But Brian had it all, and then
what was the deal? Just to sidetrack for a minute, what was the whole deal with Sonny and Candido? Anyways, was it like a just an open relationship? Or?
I guess. I don't know. I guess Chris loved her and do anything for her, you know, and she was a college student and got away from home, buck wild, you know, and everything, and I guess it was an open relationship. I don't know. I'm probably about the only one that I wasn't ever with her. I wasn't ever, because Chris, you know, but a lot of guys were, from what I hear, you know, and I don't know what their trip was into. I don't know if this is true, but I heard something to the fact one time Chris was taking a shower at their apartment and invited Rex Keene over, and Rex and her on the couch, you know, while he was in the shower, a quickie, you know what I mean? You know, stuff like that. I don't know if it's true or not, but, you know, you hear stuff. But.
Yeah, because we've heard that in recent years that people say he may have actually been turned on by other people fucking.
I've heard that, and he was fine with it, and had no, you know, and
that could be the only explanation why he put up with it.
Yeah. I mean, I never dug into that. One time in ECW, 97, 98, she was still with WWF, I believe then, and she, of course, looked great and everything she did. But I was sitting down. And I knew her since 93, you know, and that was like 97, 98, and all that. She was like one of the top girls in the business, you know, and the most downloaded one, and any man, you know, she'd have him, you know, and all that, you know. But, and of course she's hot, you know, and she sat in my lap and was decked, looking good and everything. And of course I got a rise in my lead, but, you know, I'm a man, you know what I mean, you know, and that, but honestly, because I love Chris Candido to death, and I always believe in the fact you don't mess with one of the boys' girlfriend and wives, kids, you know, any of that, you know. And I picked her up and I said, don't do that, all right, don't do it. And after that, she never with me, you know, at all. And she was just kind of doing it, kind of flirt, you know. But I've heard stories like you have, you know, so, you know.
Of course, her looks aren't quite there anymore. But
yeah, she's been in jail, right, for a few months, right? Yeah,
I believe she's been in and out of trouble for the past numerous years.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah.
So hopefully,
I know in February, I believe they come and got her. You know, she's been doing conventions and everything. You know, I hope she gets straightened out. And Chris loved her, and
I think her and Scott Hall have the record for most money spent on rehab by WWE. I've heard
a dozen or something.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
But I jumped from Brian Lee there. But to finish off Brian Lee, you were saying that she was managing Brian Lee for a time.
Yeah, for a while. Managed Brian. I worked with Brian for about 6 months there, and then I want to say after that, that's when I started working with Candido. And she didn't manage Chris then. She just managed Brian, and then Brian started working with Dirty White Boy. They turned Dirty White Boy babyface, and Dirty White Boy's wife then, Kim. You know, her with White Boy and Tammy, you know, with Brian. Tammy and Kim never got along, or they got a fight one night in Johnson City backstage. Everybody broke them up, you know, arguing mostly, you know.
Was that over some?
They just hated each other. Yeah. Kim hated her. Kim hated her. She hated Kim. She was snooty, and, you know, Kim was a Southern girl, and her a Jersey girl, you know. They hated each other. Just hated each other.
So what happened with him and The Undertaker? Because we've heard that they used to be like really close friends, and then we've heard one of the reasons why he didn't have a longer run in WWE is because their friendship ended.
When they did that thing, the fake Undertaker thing, you know, Brian wasn't as tall as Mark. He was tall. He was 6'4", you know, 6'8", you know, the lifts and all that. Did all that and of course that's Taker's idea. Him and Brian, 94, I believe it was. I remember that because he was going up and doing those, and he was still coming working Smoky Mountain as Brian Lee. They already had the working relationship with Smoky Mountain, and you know, in WWF it was then, and they did the pay-per-view. What happened? They had a hell of a match laid out. But I think Brett and Owen's match went way too long, and they had to cut a lot of it out. And they didn't get to have time to really build it like it could, and it kind of tanked. You know what I mean? You know, and they needed some time on it. Their time got cut like 3/4, you know, and that was it for the Undertaker. That angle right there is just, you know, and I don't know what, but Owen and Brett had classic matches, and I would have wanted to follow that, but they had to follow that too, but then they went way over what they were supposed to, and I don't know if there was friction with Brett and Taker or some way it was top guy thing, or I wasn't there and no, but that's what kind of killed that angle and did. And then Brian's run kind of when he's up Smoky Mountain, he was in ECW for a while, the Bulldozer thing, and Dreamer liked him. He did a lot of stuff with Dreamer, and then he was there during most of the time that I was there at ECW, and then he was always good friends with the Harris twins, and he was still good friends with the Undertaker, you know, then, and then had that run, you know, with them with that bike.
DOA, I think.
Yeah, that's it. And had that run with them there, and the road got to him, you know, and he liked to drink, and he liked to do pills, but then, and I'm not dogging, I'm not nothing, and he went to rehab for it, dude, but coke really got him, you know, and he was Mark was trying to Undertaker was trying to take care of him, you know, and Brian was just spiraling, just out of control. I mean, wasted on planes and stuff. I've heard, you know, stuff you hear. Ron and Don were trying to take care of him, you know, but he just had a bad drug problem, and that's kind of what did him in. And he didn't really recover. He went back and started working TNA when they started going. Russo always liked him, and Russo was booking, like, had Ron and Don and had Brian back in there, you know, but he could have went a lot further than what he did, but, you know, and I'm not hating on him by any means, but it's just things that happen. But he's out of the business now. He worked a little bit in 2014, and he looked great. I mean, he looked great and everything, but he had got in construction, working construction, and his ex-wife's son was working for him, and then now he's in Jacksonville, Florida, works for his childhood girlfriend's family in construction. He takes care of his mom. His girlfriend lives right down the road. He's doing good. He's making money, you know, doing that, and he likes construction and do so. Yeah, you know. God bless him. I love Brian Lee.
And you mentioned you were in Bill Watts' territory. Any details on how you like that territory? I heard there was a lot of money to work there. Yeah,
you were. I mean, I was underneath, and I you know, made good there. Around 1,000 a week, and in '86, that'd be like 2,500, you know, and you got paid off the house, and it wasn't as good as when Rock and Roll and Bill Dundee went in there, you know, and Midnight Express, you know, and of course Duggan and them were hot, and Terry Taylor was real hot. They brought Terry Taylor in there, but it was still good, you know, but it wasn't quite what it was then. But long trips. You do Houston every 2 weeks, and then you go from there all the way up to Oklahoma, Tulsa, and Oklahoma City, and maybe a spot show around there. And Baton Rouge was either every week or every 2 weeks, and New Orleans every week or every 2 weeks, Lake Charles, Lafayette, Thibodaux, you know, and Jackson, Mississippi, once a month, I believe that's right, and it's been so long, and Little Rock, Arkansas, every month, you know, and you know, you always stay over when you're up in those places, and some of them is a good time, you know, but there's a lot of miles, and now they got a lot of interstate through there. They didn't have that then. There's a lot of back roads, cops waiting on you, you know,
and
speed traps.
I heard you were there the night that Dick Slater had his running with Sting.
Yeah, I was. It was '86. Sting, Warrior. They put Eddie Gilbert with them, try to teach them, you know, how to work and get over. Watts liked them, the look and everything. I'd worked with them in Tennessee before. I worked with them in the third match. Blade Runner, what do they call it? They called several.
Blade Runner, yeah.
Blade Runner.
A few different names.
A few other things. Freedom Fighters, something.
I think they were the Freedom Fighters here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. And yes, and then the Blade Runners, Watts made them Blade Runners there. But, you know, they come out of bodybuilding, and did. And I think Red Bastien, I want to say, trained him. I think that's right. But and Sting actually, a lot of people don't know this, but Sting tried out for the movie, the Rocky IV movie, to be Ivan Drago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I remember. It was said, and we were competition bodybuilders, and everything. Well, they worked there. Jerry Jarrett finished them up. Bill Watts sent them to Bill Watts. Back then, they'd swap out talent, switch talent, and do, and not steal talent. They didn't go out of respective territories and things like that. They may not get along, but they did business and Well, anyway, Sting and Warrior, well, he wasn't Warrior then, but Eddie Gilbert used to. They had Eddie get out of the ring to manage them, teach them, talk to them, teach them how to work or look, and and eventually going to put Eddie in six man's with and stuff. And Eddie was so far ahead of his time, great, help them, but they had that kind of bodybuilder attitude, you know what I mean, and I don't know, but the story I heard, and who knows what really, but something to the effect, Sting kind of was a little cocky and rough with guys and reckless, and hurt a few guys. He hurt a few guys, and things. Ricky Gibson, he hurt him, and all I remember is we go in the dressing room. Tommy Gilbert, DJ Peterson, myself, Slater used to be the booker. Now Taylor's the booker, had been for a little bit. Terry, and they didn't really like each other, and they're playing cards. So something's wrong, And Slater had his hands taped, and I can remember walking in, sit down, and I said, hey, Dick, hey, Terry, all that, and get down, get dressed, and start getting dressed. And I looked, and I spotted that, and I looked at Peterson, I went, and his hands, I'm like, what the fuck, and dude goes, yeah, it's on. Right there, we didn't know what was going on. He goes, Terry, I'll be right back. He goes in, he wasn't gone 5 minutes. He come back in the dressing room. We went out
in the bathroom or something, right?
Yeah. We went out of separate entrances, but the dressing rooms, and they dressed over here. We could get together and talk, some of the buildings. That one was Baton Rouge. And the story I heard was Slater went around to Sting and said something about, I guess, Sting, Dark Journey, and a black girl. It was Slater's girlfriend. He got her in the business. I don't know, they got a fuss fight, broke up or whatever it was, and her and Sting supposedly hooked up, something. I don't know the real story, but that's what he was pissed about. And back then, you didn't do things like that. I don't know whatever these guys do now, but you just didn't do that. You didn't. And they had heat with some of the veterans anyway, because the way they were treating the guys and stuff, but Sting, I think Dickie confronted him about it, and something, bathroom, bam, beat his ass, put his head in the toilet. Eddie Gilbert's begging him not to kill him, and Murdoch, I think Warrior just really didn't know what, what was really going on, wasn't really involved, but he was trying to stop it some way, and I think Murdoch jacked him up and put him on the wall, hooked him, and had him, and you look at Murdoch and look at him, you wouldn't think that happened. Dick Merkel's another, those guys, man, like that, they didn't play, but I tell you, Sting looked like a truck hit him. He did, and he worked that night, and you know what? After that, he started learning. He had more respect. He started he started getting better. But he did have one after that you never heard about. Ricky Gibson, Robert Gibson's brother, half brother. He had hurt Ricky. Something happened. All I know is it was a spot show, and we pulled up, and I can remember Ricky was out in the yard in the field with Steve Williams, Dr. Death. And God bless him, man, great guy, but a tough son of a bitch too. But Doc showing him, amateur, high school wrestling, collegiate wrestling, and and showing him shooting hooks and stuff like that. When I get out of the car, I go, what's going on? and Ricky drinking, and he didn't normally drink. Guys didn't drink before they wrestled, back then. He wasn't professional, and he was hitting it, and he was pissed off. He goes, we're in the tag tonight. He goes, fuck those motherfuckers. He goes, you just stay on the apron. And I said, Ricky, I'll help you whatever you do. I said, they've hurt me too, man, whatever, And he goes, no. And we get in the ring, he told me the same thing. He goes, stay on the apron. He beat Sting's ass. He didn't punch him out like he could have, but then Ricky wasn't really a shooter and did, but he hit him body shots and took him down and stuff. And then Warrior, Jim got into, and he was trying to work with him, and he kept telling him, I want to work. But after that, I think they talked and did it. And after that, really, Sting started learning, and the rest is history, so. But yeah.
How did the Warrior get along with Watts? Because it seems like those two probably wouldn't like each other very much.
I don't know. I think he left there before Sting did. I know that, and went to Dallas as the Dingo Warriors. So, they were gone there after I was gone, and I don't know how good they did. I think Sting might have got along with them better than Warrior did.
Were you back there when John Nord had his fight with Butch Reed?
No, that's before I got there. Big John had he had the flu real bad. He shouldn't have been fighting. He couldn't even hardly walk. Sick. He worked, and I don't know. Somebody stirred that up. I don't know who, but I heard it was stirred. I can't remember who. It was so long ago.
And I don't know how well he's doing now, but I saw a clip of him on Judge Judy or something from a few years ago, and he's lost all of his size.
Yeah. You ever see the one where he threw the guy through the windshield when he was selling cars?
Yeah, no, he used to be great.
yeah.
I don't know what's happened now, but hopefully he's all right.
I met him a few times, never worked in any shows while he was on, but he's traveled, he's run with Kurt Hennig a lot. You see Kurt Hennig everywhere. Yeah. When I worked at WCW and WWF, they used to have shows around the same town, they'd always beat us, they're there for us, But you always see Kurt Hennig, and you'd always see Nord and Boss Man. They always ran together, those guys did,
And you mentioned Terry Taylor was booking Mid-South at that time, but he seems to have a lot of heat, Terry Taylor, with a lot of the boys. Any idea why?
Yeah, Terry's a smart ass. He's always been like, he'll fire on you. And he could rub guys wrong, and he when he was office, and he was, called a stooge, whatever it did. He's always good to me, but a lot of guys he got heat with, I got a lot of heat for riding with him, traveling with him, but I travel with him, Tommy Gilbert, God rest his soul, Tommy, and DJ Peterson. And Tommy and Terry, you talking about oil and water, and they'd argue all the time. And Eddie and Tom and Terry did not like each other at all. Eddie did not like Terry at all. But Hills couldn't ride with Babyface. Babyface couldn't ride with Hills. So Tommy, Terry, DJ and I would hook up, and sometimes Fergie, but Fergie a lot of times would be with Eddie, and Eddie traveled with some other guys, the Heels, and stuff. And I a couple times traveled with Eddie, but we had really kayfabe it, big. But yeah, Terry, was labeled a stooge always in the business,
What did you think about the relationship between Eddie and Missy Hyatt?
When Ken Mantell came in '86. And had been the booker in Dallas with a big Freebird Von Erich run, and all that was coming kind of the end, and brought most of the Dallas guys, John Tatum with his Missy, and I was finishing up, and I actually got a staph infection from Sting in a show in Missouri. Sting was broke out real bad, right? And I was toward the end. I was close to finishing up. Writing was on the wall. Bookings were going because, new regime come in, and everything. And I'd been there close to a year, and underneath, you're lucky to get that, and glad to have it. But Sting was broke out real bad, and I worked with him in a single match somewhere in Missouri. And I can't remember, but a big bear hug, resto, and I got it off of Sting, and so Watts let me go home early on that, but so I was on just a few shows with them, but they hooked up. Eddie and Missy hooked up pretty quick in there during that time. She left John, and then they made Angle out of it, and John Tatum was a hell of a worker and could get over and knew what to do, and great, and you never saw one of the boys take one of the boys wives or girlfriends away from them. And I was already gone when that really went through there, but I can remember them, starting to talk, so yeah. Eddie Gilbert was way ahead of his time. What a mind for the business. A hell of a worker, and he was very smart, very smart.
How did you end up in WCW?
He should be in the Hall of Fame, Eddie Gilbert. Jim Cornette, Kevin Sullivan, and Eddie helped too. Eddie Gilbert got us a tryout. Yeah. Jimmy was, in '87, the old Florida office, the Midnight Express come in. Stevie and I worked with them in St. Petersburg, Florida. Of course, Bobby Eaton then was just out of this world, great, but Stan helped train me, and Jimmy just a mind, and they made us look great. And then in there we got to come up for like a week to the Charlotte territory and got to work with them in Baltimore before the 1990 Great American Bash. This was in '87, and went good, and they were just great. We worked with them in Greenville, we worked with them somewhere else, and did, and we were supposed to win up in '87 after the bashes, and the territory was starting to decline. We were supposed to go up to the main roster to Crockett and work on the B shows with the Midnight Express. We got promised some things. The payoffs we got was good when we did this with Midnight up there in Carolinas and Charlotte. We worked on Charlotte, Greenville, Baltimore, and what we got paid was good, but Midnight Express got 3 times more than we got, and we walked out. We quit. And I was disgusted with stuff, and Steve was more missing home. We were supposed to went to TBS TV and got 4 wins. Didn't go. We didn't go. We got screwed because the B shows we knew they weren't putting nothing into them, and you were getting a minimum, but you were on the road, flying, traveling, and you didn't know, we got screwed a lot, and bad mistake. I followed Steve and shouldn't have done it. So young guys out there do not walk out. And that blew that. But and so we had heat with Dusty, because didn't show. We didn't come to TV that day, and I didn't do it. But a lot of things didn't come through, promises, and and we weren't making money in Florida. They wouldn't do good unless they come to the big shows. When Dusty would come, he'd come with Road Warriors and Horsemen, Nikita, everything, and we weren't. And I went back to Tennessee. Steve went to Florida, but then we worked Continental there in '88, '89, then went back Continental again, and then Continental shut down. Cactus Jack had worked Continental, and he put in a word for us too, and he was in with them, and Kevin loved him, and we of course knew Kevin, and between Jimmy and Eddie Gilbert, it's how we got a tryout with them. And when we went in there in '90, the tag teams there it was a who's who. Road Warriors, Steiners, Samoan SWAT team, Freebirds, Rock and Roll Express, Brian Pillman and Tom Zink were a team, so that
Skyscrapers too, were they there?
Yes, and that was Sid and Mark Undertaker, because it's originally was Sid and Spivey. Spivey went to Japan, he didn't give up his Japan deal, however that worked and did, and I can remember that because I guess there was a little friction with the Road Warriors and Skyscrapers, some, you know what I mean? Some, and I can remember that. I remember being at the gym with them, and Sid had that look. God, man, the guys didn't look like that then, and Undertaker looked great too, but he wasn't as cut like Sid, but he was impressive looking, they made the Road Warriors look like midgets, as far as their height and just a big guy, but there's a lot of heat there, I believe. Might have been a little jealousy, with that, and Sid would sound off, man. He didn't care. He didn't go off. I never seen it. Well, I don't know if you say that, but let's just say he could smoke some of the biggest cigars you've ever seen.
Oh, he doesn't hide that anymore. He doesn't care anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he doesn't care.
I've never seen anyone that could roll a blunt the size of Sid. I mean, he was a big 6'8", 3-something. He trained like a god. He Sid, back in, honestly, what I can remember, Sid, I remember him saying this, he would take in 500 grams of protein a day. That's a lot.
Yeah.
And at one time, Big Glenn Kane would take in 600. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
How were the groupies in those days? Because you had a very Southern boys gimmick there that you'd think would appeal to the young ladies.
Well, let's put it like this. Everybody did. If you didn't, you'd been a damn queer, you know, and whatever. And you would have, I turned down a lot, but did a lot. But you know, you always hear that about the rats and all this and stuff. And yeah, it was wild and it was that and do. But look, a lot of times we would, these girls, you know, working girls, a lot of them had boyfriends and stuff, dude. They go get groceries for you. They birthday presents, bring food to the matches, run errands for you, come clean your apartment, whatever, stuff like that. And some to this day that I know are still friends with them. And guys, yeah, it didn't disrespect them, and you didn't call them that. By no means, you didn't disrespect, you know, you didn't. They bring their moms, dads, stuff like that. And you didn't do anything to hurt the business. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know, but yeah, it was wild times. And if you were, we stayed over at places a lot. You know, like in the big companies in the territories and all that, and in areas like every 2 weeks, you were out every week. You stayed over, and people come, they get rooms, and they bring money to the town. You know, and they'd spend money. You know, there at hotel restaurants and everything. After parties, then was the bar. You know, and a lot of times the gyms and stuff would let you work out free, just wear their shirt on interviews and plug the gym, and everybody would, and it really was, and the police were real cool to you, like, you know, you just no trouble, don't put them in a bad position. It wasn't as, you know, like now, you know, and you know, you just try to, you know, keep it in the middle of the road, I guess you would say. But yeah, hey, I was always single, so we would have like a talent sheet in a lot of different territories, like Continental. I had a big tablet, and it's official talent sheet. Continental Championship Wrestling, you know, you had guys that were married, had girlfriends and stuff, you know, whatever, live together or whatever it may be. I don't, you know, I have their number. The girl's number, whatever girls it did, because, you know, they don't get caught, you know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? His girlfriend's number and stuff. Smoky Mountain had talent sheet, Smoky Mountain, ECW, and stuff. And we'd have rules, no romancing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And stuff like no fence building and stuff. We'd have it written on there, and we'd have little courts somebody did, and, you know, and stuff. But it's all good fun. It really was, yeah.
And why do you think that doesn't exist as much today? Like, it seems like most of the fans now are male.
Well, because they did one thing, they disrespect them, they talk, they call them, trash them. What the hell, man? I mean, these are people. Some have children, some are married, some boyfriends did, and they're just like anyone. That was their wild night out. And back then, the boys were kind of like rock stars, you know, in bars and stuff. You were singled out, and we'd plug the bar, plug the gym on interviews and stuff. And the best one at it ever was Ric Flair. Ric Flair, oh man, he'd come and hand out shirts to guys. Hey, plug this gym. This is my buddy. This is on your interviews. Just plug this bar right there and that, and do blah blah blah. But it'd make people come to the matches, and Rick Crockett would give him, and WCW might have too, a little a spending account kind of to spend. He'd walk around with trays of shooters, and he'd be the first one in the gym doing Stairmaster an hour and 1,000 squats, and I mean, man was amazing. He'd go an hour every night, you know, and we'd hide from him because he'd party. I mean, he's crazy, man. The Horseman and Arn and those guys, and Barry Windham, and we'd be staying Days Inn, Red Roof, stuff like that. Rick would pay the guy like Hyatt, the shuttle driver, they give him $100 to go pick us up, to bring us to the bar. We try to hide from the guy, and he's finding us. He's calling us, and he go, "Hey, I'm getting paid, man. You guys got to come, okay? I ain't gonna get my money. You know what I mean? Because I'm getting 50 to bring you down, I'm 50 to bring you back." He'll twist our arm, so stuff like that. Yeah, he would do it every night, man.
Wow.
He get the bartenders drunk, get the waitresses drunk, get the owner drunk, everybody. He's crazy.
What's the craziest thing you ever saw Flair do?
Well, always pull his pants down. He always did. He wanted everybody to have a good time.
Yeah.
He did. He wanted everybody to have a good time. He always had a good time. He always had women, flight attendants, and everything coming, just crazy.
If there was cell phone cameras in those days, he wouldn't last very long.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, it's something else.
Who was running WCW when you were there? Was it Jim Herd?
Yeah, so? Jim Herd, and then Ole, and then Dusty come in. Kip Price in there. Yeah.
It rotated that many times and what?
Yeah, Bill Watts toward the end. Kip Pry, his name was Kip Pry, was for a while. I was going to say something about we were just right before that. That with Arn and Sid.
Yeah.
Okay, here's one thing with that. The travel schedule they had then, those guys were burnt, man.
Yeah.
From what I heard, they'd had a long flight, had done a long loop in the States, had a long loop over here overseas, like a bus ride. It was insane how guys are going to be at each other's throats, when things
and there was alcohol
being served. Yeah.
On all the bus rides.
Guys blacking out, and stuff, and things, and like the old saying, shit happens, and I remember that real bad. It was crazy. That was great. God bless them.
And I know Sid regrets it, and they were kind of both at fault in it, from what I understand.
And I guarantee you, they blacked out, and neither one of them remember it.
Yeah.
No, have you ever been wasted and blacked out where you don't remember things? I have.
I can't remember how many times, unfortunately.
That's not good. I don't like that when you don't remember what happened and things. So
that's.
Yeah.
You had a fun night some of the times when you can't remember anything you did.
Right, nothing. People tell you what you done or said, and you're like, whoa, and it's like a dark side in you, so anything can happen.
Yeah, that's scary. I try and avoid those days now.
Yes, yeah, you couldn't.
Is it true that Bill Watts had a clause in his contract that if he quit, he wouldn't be continued to get paid, but if he got fired, he would still have to be paid the remainder of his contract, so he purposely may have gotten himself fired from WCW?
He was there, my last year he was 6-9 months, something like that. He was in charge, and really, I didn't do 6, 7, 8 months. All I did was TVs.
Right.
That's all I did was TV. I hardly did any house shows, and guys' contracts were finishing up, and he was finishing everybody up. And I think a lot of guys might have took cuts in pay, and for what money he saved the company, supposedly he got paid, had an incentive in there, and I think he got in trouble with something about Hank Aaron. Something about a racial slur. Now, I'm not saying he did. I don't know that, but Bill Watts was always good to me. I mean, he was fair. He was an asshole to everybody.
Apparently, it wasn't a racial slur. Apparently, he said he felt that if business owners didn't want to serve blacks, it was their right to not serve blacks. Something like that. People considered it bad because he said that a business owner should have a right to deny service to someone, I guess. So
which I don't agree with that either, but it's not for me to decide. But he put the belt on Ron Simmons, pushed Ron, and did, and of course he made Junkyard Dog and everything. He had that coach type mentality, and on time, fine you, things like that, making everybody stay for the main event, the old school mentality, everything that he did. He ran a tight ship. Very demanding, and very smart, and but I'd heard that about the incentive thing, that and do, and whatever deal he made when he went in, that was his job, was to save him money. And then I don't know what he made on the back end off of that and did, but that's what he was hired for, so. And a lot of guys got hot, you know what I mean? A lot of guys got hot. And I kind of knew when he come in, he more or less told us, Terry Taylor, Ricky Morton, Tommy Rich, myself, a few other guys, it was 7, 8, 10 more. The contracts were close to coming up, and he told us they weren't going to renew us, and they didn't have any plans, and we kind of all, he didn't lie to us, but I just got custody of my son, so it was kind of a blessing in disguise that I was a single father, and then when I was on the road, my mom and dad were keeping my oldest son, Kyle, I was grateful to have that and to have guaranteed money coming in, and get, to bond with my son. He was a year old,
Was Jim Ross working backstage at that time too, or was he just an announcer?
Really, he was one time was kind of on that committee time thing and had a say so kind of, but he did, but not so much. But he had some input, I believe,
And you mentioned Jim Cornette helped bring you to WCW. Could you just speak about Jim Cornette for a little bit? What your thoughts are on him?
Oh yeah, I first knew who he was, but met him in '87 when Steve and I worked with Midnight, Bobby and Stan. Like as I said, in St. Pete, Florida, did in Charlotte, did in Baltimore in '87 before the '90, and Bash and stuff, and was just what a mind for the business, and I always thought like two guys that I thought they always hate each other, what minds they had. Jimmy old school and more over here new school, Paul Heyman.
Yeah.
And we didn't much about him, but I knew Paul from '87 in Florida. Kevin Sullivan brought him in there, and knew him in Tennessee, and then in Continental, of course in WCW, and then I worked for him in ECW. But I always thought those two guys, if you could ever get them together to book something, keep them killing each other, you'd have the best of both worlds. That's two of the guys. Tom Pritchard, very underrated. Tom Pritchard, very underrated.
And you worked a little bit with Buff Bagwell when he was Marcus Bagwell during your WCW run.
Yeah.
Any memories of that?
Yeah, he was a handsome stranger on that global, whatever it's called, out of Dallas. And I used to see him in the gym. And so was Raven. He was way before he was Raven. Scotty Mingo.
Yeah.
But Buff had that look, and Dusty loved him. Johnny B. Bad too was in there. Mark Merrow before he was Johnny B. Bad. But Dusty liked that look, because really the two guys that really had that look back then, young guys, of course Luger, and Sting looked great, but Brian Pillman and Tom Zink were kind of had that heartthrob type look, and Buff come in and Dusty liked him. Dusty booked him and gave him the name, Marcus Alexander Bagwell was his real name, I believe, and later on Buff. But he was eager to learn, wanted to learn, was a Georgia boy, Marietta. I worked with him a few pay-per-views. And a lot of house shows and also worked with Steve and I worked with Mark Merrow a lot before he was Johnny B. Bad, and one tag match we had, and Mark hadn't been working long, and some stuff got messed up in there and did, but anyway, afterwards Dusty liked his potential and his look, and he goes, hey baby, we're gonna make you like a little Jimmy, little Jimmy, or
Little Richard,
we're gonna make you like a Little Richard. And sure enough, next pay-per-view or Clash or whatever, they had Mark going, and with that gimmick, Wow. But Buff, I worked one Clash of the Champions. Terry Taylor and I were Buff and Brian Pillman, and Topeka, Kansas, had a hell of a match, and went good, and everybody seemed to like it. And another one that was called where they draw the names.
Oh, the lottery.
That's it. Yeah.
Battle Bowl.
Yeah. Michael Hayes, no, or Jimmy Garvin and I worked Buff and Michael, maybe.
Yeah.
Something like that, but yeah. And I've worked Buff on Independence 100 times. He's told us, Buff, I need to be your designated worker. And I worked with him so many times,
Yeah.
and an easy night off. Worked with him a lot over the years.
Is he still wrestling now? You don't hear about him too much.
He's maybe more appearances. It seemed like his shoulder, he had one shoulder operated on, and then he had the other one operated on, I believe. Something like that. Pretty bad. Yeah.
Your contract ran out in WCW. You already told us Bill Watts was cutting. Cornette had Smoky Mountain go into that time.
Yeah, my last, I don't know. Jimmy used to see him every now and then, and my last year there, he called me about once a month, and he didn't tell me what he was doing, but he showed up one night somewhere, I think Columbia, South Carolina, and just asked me if I still had my Rebel flag, Rebel gang, the whole gimmick. And we were the Young Pistol thing then, and Dusty had done that and put the U.S. belts on us, turned us heel, and then Steve wouldn't sign his contract because Steve had music and they wanted the rights to it. So then shortly after us, when Watts come in, they let Steve go, and I was just kind of there. I was kind of down on the business and was wanting to go back, finish school, and go coach.
Yeah.
And Cornette would stay in touch with me, and then he told me to give me a job in Smoky Mountain. And had like a couple of months there because he'd do his TVs once a month or every 3 weeks. So I worked rock solid security. I did stuff for the country music stars. They do a lot of stuff, big videos and stuff like that, big events and things. Worked bars, worked a lot of stuff and that. In between, did that for a few months, and then started with Jimmy in November or so, '92. And he'd had it going about a year, maybe something like that. Ricky had not been in there long. When Ricky finished up WCW, he went there, for Jimmy. And kind of lost my train of thought.
You were talking about going to Smoky Mountain Wrestling for Jimmy.
Yeah. When Steve had was supposed to have started for Smoky Mountain way before, after he had gotten let go. But Steve got a job with WWF through Jerry Jarrett, I believe it was. Yeah, I believe it was. As Lance Cassidy. And he had bookings with Jimmy and didn't go. See, he took that job, and he didn't like being on the road. Steve he's a homeboy father, and he liked to hunt and fish. He didn't like travel. He grew up his dad gone a lot, and he never did really like to travel. He didn't. He was only there a few months, and then Steve was wanting to come back because originally Jimmy wanted Steve and I together as a team to work the bodies. But then Ricky became available, so they did that spot there. And then when Steve got left WWF in '92, that's the Lance Cassidy thing, he wanted to tag with me, but he done left Jimmy hanging, and they didn't bring him. They needed a single, so they wanted to put me with White Boy, Dirty White Boy, and that's where we did the first angle I did there. They gave me a few wins. Dutch actually did a hell of a thing and really got me and helped get me over big. What a mind Dutch Mantel had for the bit, did a thing there in the Knoxville Coliseum, and I guess it was for TV, I can't remember, they showed it, but where I beat him like 2-3 times quick in a row, like fluke things, you know what I mean? He cut me off, thought I'd get back, whatever, and did, and it helped me a lot. Boy, it helped me a lot. But the first really angle did with White Boy, where they burnt the Rebel flag in a trash can in the ring in Jellicoe, Tennessee, in like '93 there. And back then, in that area, East Kentucky, Virginia, West Virginia, that was heat. He had heat, and you always wanted to get heat on the heels, which now I don't see them getting heat on the heels like they did. Jerry Jarrett always said it best: there's no dragons to slay, there's no knight in shining armor, there's no damsel in distress. Simple as that. And he's right, Anyway, and boy, what heat that was. I mean, it was, God, it was crazy. And rock and roll had a hot angle going with the bodies. They had Brian Lee with Kevin Sullivan. Tom Pritchard was working with Jonathan Boyd. I believe it was Jonathan. No, it wasn't Jonathan Boyd. I don't remember who it was. No, Tom was in the bodies. That was Continental. What am I thinking? But they had a few good angles. Me and White Boy, and it went good there for a bit, in Smoky Mountain, and all, and it was a lot of fun. Brian Lee, I said that. Brian was Kevin, yeah. Bruise Brothers come in there somewhere after that,
Bruiser Bedlam, you mean?
Yeah, Bruise Brothers, and it was Ron and Don Harris, but Bruiser Bedlam was later.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, like 95, 94, something like that. I worked him. First program I worked White Boy for a while there, and then Brian Lee with Sonny, Tammy, and then Candido. I tell you, I can remember Jimmy had an idea with Tony Atlas and wanted to bring Tony Atlas in to work me and put Tammy with Tony. Something like that, and the black guy with a white girl, this is 93, 94, something like that.
Yeah.
And I think Tony's wife didn't like the idea. You heard it, Tony didn't come. So they didn't really have nothing for me right then. And Candido had been working with Tim Horner, who had worked White Boy before that, and it was him was in the office and helping Jimmy. They had a big falling out. But
yeah, I heard his podcast where he said you even got into a confrontation with the work.
Yeah, he wanted to take our gimmicks and all, and it was a real prick to me. He'd always been cool. We used to call him Mother Goose. We used to call him Frog. I mean, when he was office, he totally, you know what I mean? And he had power, and he wasn't the same guy. But after that, we were all right. But yeah. I had a bunch of flags, bandanas, and pictures and stuff, and he looked, he goes, I take the gimmicks pretty quick, won't I? I'm like, no, you ain't taking nothing, motherfucker. Anyway, and then I worked Brian Anderson, Ollie's son. I worked him for like 6 months, and what a shooter, wrestler. We would work a shoot, God, I fought for my life. We used to do 20-minute ball race, and no spots, nothing, a lot of wrestling, working takedowns, style row switches, everything, calling it in there, and I at first I was like, damn, I gotta get in shape, get my cardio up, because Brian was right out of college, UT Chattanooga wrestling, and he did, a little for WCW, and Ollie actually got fired by Bischoff because he's filming a video or something in the power plant. Yeah, and to help Brian, and I worked Brian a while. White Boy, Brian Lee, Candido. We did ladder matches with Candido. Razor and Sean were doing the ladder matches, and Jimmy had on some house shows, so he had us doing it. Good Lord. And Chris had such a great mind, what a mind for the business, and really he laid a lot of it out, and just wrestling matches too. Some of the best matches I ever had was single matches with Chris Candido. And boy, he was coming. He's just such a dedicated guy, a great guy. God bless him. And just love the business, and the student of the game, and then after that, Bruiser Bedlam. After Brian, I worked Bruiser, Johnny K9.
Recently.
Did you ever know him?
No, he stopped wrestling by the time I started, but I know he recently, he was in prison for a while there too.
Yeah.
Something to do with, I guess he was involved with bikers.
Crazy, man. Yeah.
How was he? Because we've heard Chris Jericho tell some stories about him.
Oh yeah, they all ran together. All of them. Lance Storm, Chris Jericho. I remember the Thrill Seekers when they came in. Jimmy got them their green card, everything, and did. And like their interviews. Lance wasn't really a vocal guy, Jericho was kind of, but his interviews, I just said, be yourself, Chris, do whatever you do. He a little bit and do, but as a tag team, the first day they were in there, I know we're jumping around, but I'll get back to Bruiser. Yeah. The first time I saw them work together as a team, the finish they did was a double drop kick off the top rope. Nobody was doing that in 1994. Okay, and I'm like, my God. And Ricky and Robert go, that's our finish. I went, remember the movie White Man Can't Jump?
Yeah.
And I says, guys, I said, they come off the top rope, and I said, y'all get that high. Just ribbing, cutting up, and you just like, good God, look at these guys, And Lance Storm, he could jump over this building back then, and talented, and in shape, and because Jericho was going to Japan already for Tenryu.
Right.
Yeah, and Lance, they could have done a ton of money on merch sales back then because girls loved them, but they'd be at the gimmick table together with what they wanted to do in their match. And then go back and get with the heels who they were working with. They worked a lot with Well Done back then.
Okay.
A lot with them and other guys. Well Done couldn't really keep up with them. Not much anybody could. But they would go. They not really acknowledge the fans. The people were Ricky and Robert and myself were all hustling gimmicks and talking trash and everything else. And they're over there. They were serious. I mean serious. But all right, I know I got off track.
Bruiser Bedlam.
That's it. Okay. Yeah. I worked with him his first day on TV, and he benched like 600 pounds. Power lifter, and I remembered him as Johnny Canine and everything. And
because for people that don't know, he did lots of enhancement matches for WWE
and full-time house shows. And yeah, he did all that, and they always liked him. And he always had that good heel persona. And it was God. He was strong, man. Johnny Canine, I always call him Johnny. He was strong on the gym, man, and I think he had the trouble with something, maybe cigarettes on the border or something. Does that sound right? Or was
there was for a while they were cheaper in the States, so there's a whole smuggling thing. That's one of the reasons Dino Bravo was killed. Yes. He was involved in that too.
Yeah, that was bad. But Bruiser had that trouble and was out, had his gym. Jimmy was bringing him in, and I was working with him, and I just caught in the ring with him, strongman stuff and do. And I think there's a YouTube match we had, one of the best that we had. And the first day I worked with him, he kicked out of my finish. And back in, they weren't really doing that, And all that, and then he beat me and everything, and did. And I don't know if it's with the TV belt or the regular belt or even belt at all. I don't know. But I worked with Bruiser for a bit, and I always liked a hell of a guy, strong. God, he was strong, and didn't know his own strength. I mean, but great guy to be around. A lot of fun. The gangsters you had, Bruiser, Jericho, Lance Storm, all them. Mark Curtis, God rest his soul, the referee, and all of them lived in the same house or something. No, Lance did. Lance's wife was with him, But I think all those guys, and Balls Mahoney, Bruce Bradley, So as a crew, and the Cactus would come in some after his between runs between WCW and when he went to WWF the last time, and stuff. Al Snow was there. Oh yeah, I remember, and I knew who he was. But he started a little before I did.
Okay.
For the Papos, he started about a year before I did. I knew who he was, but never met him. And first time I ever saw Al work was Bobby Blaze. He worked a ninja gimmick, and what a match! And I saw some tape on him with Sabu, back then. And of course Jimmy is the one who brought him in. Brought D'Lo Brown in. Remember him?
Oh yeah.
And of course Kane. Glenn. Dutch loved him. Eddie Gilbert had him in Puerto Rico, and when Eddie come back and was going to work for Jimmy. But then he got the book in Puerto Rico, and then that's when he died. But he's the one who brought Glenn with him, and Dutch was always high on him too.
Do you have any idea why Glenn might have heat with Jerry Jarrett? Because Jerry Jarrett says that he doesn't know why, but he feels that
really
Glenn doesn't like him.
I don't know. I don't know nothing about it. Huh.
And
I know Lawler and Jerry Jarrett, because we're always close. No, I'm sorry, Lawler and Glenn.
Yeah,
Big Glenn, we're always close.
And the other thing that Bill Dundee said in his interview with us, you probably don't know this, but he said that he felt that the Undertaker didn't like him.
I knew it. I know all about it. I was there.
He claimed he didn't know why. He said, please ask. He said, ask.
Well, Mark had the big guy complex.
Yeah.
Undertaker kind of, in the nutshell. He didn't. And Bill kind of had the little guy kind of. I love Bill Dundee. Whenever he gave me my first job in the business, he's the one who got me a job with Bill Watts in 1986.
Yeah.
But Bill didn't like guys that sold strong. He didn't think there'd be a chicken shitter in that dude. But he actually. They clashed, let's just say. Big guy, small guy, maybe complex, not so much that, but those guys didn't get along. And Bill would try to work, but Bill can be a real hard ass on you. Bill fire on you, and he used to come up and go off on me what I did wrong. I just didn't let it, just like a coach.
Yeah.
Mark didn't take it like that. You know what I mean? And Mark's Undertaker's then he didn't really have expression, and Bill liked expression. And I think that's a lot where they crashed, but that wasn't his style. And of course, look what he is now, and Vince, you know what I mean? But that was kind of a knock on him with that. And Bill was trying to get it out of him, and then Mark would take it personal. And people don't know this, but Mark, he got kicked out like a few colleges. Basketball player he was for fighting. And they found him, and he was like a bouncer in a big biker bar or something. You know what I mean? So he wasn't used to somebody talking shit to him. And that's Bill. Bill fire on you. That's just how he is. And one night, I remember in Nashville, they were working each other, and Mark wouldn't really sell for Bill. And they, a little bit. And Bill left the ring, not being a chicken shit, but he went in. Randy Hales standing there, and I was like, what's going on? So I like both of them then, and still like Bill. Love Bill. But, and he screamed at Randy. He goes, Randy, is he going to fucking sell for me or what? And Bill wasn't one to let the Marks hear him say something like that. That was in 89. I remember that. Yeah.
That's pretty bad, actually, for 89.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
even
yeah.
Now, I was mad at the fair. Did that at my show.
Exactly. At the fairgrounds.
Yeah.
Nashville Fairgrounds, so to go, so it was bad, and you kind of that rift. Sid and Bill didn't always get along either. I remember this. Oh my God, I remember this. 89, I want to say. I had just come back from Japan. Once a month, they do Nashville on Thursdays. And then because the third or fourth Saturday, they do Jonesboro, Arkansas. They wouldn't do Nashville, and a lot of times they do Nashville there, and on the Saturday that same night down around Mississippi, around there, Lawler would work around Memphis somewhere on a spot show, Friday and Saturdays. But anyway, we're in Nashville on that Thursday night, always at the Bad House. I'd been gone 2-3 weeks. Sid had come in, and he wasn't doing the humongous. He was just Sid, and him and Bill had heat over something. I don't know, but I think one of the boys, they did a double battle royal, and somebody got cute with Sid, and I don't remember who it was. I can't remember who the guy was. This is what I heard. I heard Sid picked the guy, pressed him, and threw him in the other ring. A ring full of guys. Yeah. And they didn't see it coming, and Bill got hot about that. And him and Sid had heat. But Taker, that is similar to that, But anyway, I didn't know what was going on. All I know is it was outside the ring, and somebody busted out like an 8-man tag. We all worked once, and then I'll come back 8-man. Nobody, you're tired, wore out. It's a horrible house, and get paid off the house, So Sid was waffling Bill, and I didn't know what was going on. I went around him, what the hell's going on? He goes, fuck you. He said, raged on me, like that. And he come at me, I went, whoa. And he like swung, and I went in behind and ducked and grabbed him. I said, Sid, calm down. Like that, like that. I said, calm down, man, come on. I didn't know what, how it is, it's between them. It wasn't nothing to do with me. And it was kind of, and Bill come and run him and kind of his lower back in the apron, his old Sid went off. He like went, whoa, and I go flying this way. And then Bill just took off running. And then it's me, right? And I go, whoa, Sid, it's Tracy here. We get in the ring. He takes his weight belt off, comes after me, and just charged me, and I went in behind him, and I wouldn't say a takedown. Let's say I got him off his feet and just stayed behind him. You know what I mean? And he was going the fuck off, and you know what I mean. And Bill run across and tried to punt him, kick him in the head, and oh God, he went off. That was Thursday night. I see him at TV, and we're walking down the hall, and I went, whoa. I said, is everything okay here? Like that. He goes, yeah. I said, good God, dude, what the hell? Yeah. But Bill could piss off big guys like that. He had that. He can have that complex, and big guys can have that. You know what I mean? And and Taker. Well, I know this. A few years after, I don't know how long he'd been in working for Vince. Taker. Story I heard. Bill come to the Coliseum. Yeah. When WWF was running the show, and Undertaker had him thrown out.
Right.
That's what I heard.
Because Bill told us that he felt the reason why he never got a WWE creative job had to do with the heat with the Undertaker, because I guess he had a meeting with Vince, and Vince asked him if he had heat with anyone, and he said, well, maybe the Undertaker, and then he never heard anything back.
All right, that answered it right there. Yeah.
Brian Lawler passed away recently with some unusual circumstances. Pretty much everyone I've talked to this week agrees. I've talked to them both on camera and off. They believe something suspicious happened regarding that death. What's your thoughts on the whole situation?
You read, see, hear a lot of things that you hear, and regardless, one thing, he's dead. He's gone. And it's so sad. It's horrible. He had, Brian, when I knew Brian, he may, little physically enhanced him, the only kind of drug he'd take. You know what I mean? Shit. He didn't smoke, drink, nothing. And then whatever happened when he, the border thing, Vancouver, with that. After that, he kind of, you never see Brian party. Never. Always so dedicated. Pittsburgh Steelers fan, football. Just and hell of a worker. Love working with Brian. We were working a lot in the '95 before Willie Jack broke his sternum on a clothesline. Remember him? Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, but then '97 there when I worked with Shaquille Ali in the Nation of Domination thing. All that, and worked with Brian a lot. Great worker. And worked with him lots after that, all through, and after that happened in 01, 02, he got more into partying, let's just say, all right, whatever he was doing. And then he went back in 04, and I think he was late a lot, and you can't do that with him, And Brian's just Brian. He'd mouth off, and he'd rub people the wrong way if you didn't know him, if you didn't know him. And you had to know him to love the guy. And I love the guy. We're both Pittsburgh Steelers fans, and always loved working with him, always a lot of fun. Always, he's either real happy or he's real mad. And but he got some skirmishes with police a few times, and where he was living is Bolivar, Tennessee. His grandma's or something. His mom, I believe, was there or something. And I think when he was, him and Jessica were together, was around Jackson, Tennessee area, somewhere in that. I can't think of the name of the town. It's outside of there. He had some skirmishes with the police there and Bolivar and maybe around Savannah, Tennessee. Those are buried areas. West Tennessee. Savannah's toward Mississippi, the border, and that's all anywhere.
heard even Memphis is bad now.
Oh, Memphis is Memphis is one of Chicago, Memphis, Birmingham, it's 3 of the worst murder capitals of the world, of the country, real bad. And I guess he had some skirmishes in Memphis too with the police. 7, 8, 10 times he'd been locked up, something like that. He had some DUIs. He did some more time on that, on habitual. And then the last one, he got before he, what happened. But a guy, his name's Terry Teague, and I don't really want to say his name, give him any kind of exposure on it, but he kind of buddied up to Brian, or said he did, and he wrote some stuff and didn't, and showed some texts they supposedly had. I don't know. Brian even, that was him. But something he did, and I know this. I know a guy said he picked Brian up at the airport sometime back. And what I'm saying, I'm leading to is the way he would treat society itself. In Roscoe Brown, big guy, big black guy, good dude, hell of a worker, beast. But he said it right on a Facebook post. He said, Brian is not used to natural laws because his dad always got him out of trouble, and things he knew that he could get. He would like to say, and he would, I got friends in high and low places. And Roscoe picked him up at the airport, I want to say, around Milwaukee, I think, something. He almost got arrested at the airport. You can't, you know what I mean? You can't act like that. Like one of the boys, like you're in a dressing room, you can't do that in public and things, wherever. He almost got arrested at the airport, almost got arrested at a convenience store, and almost got arrested at the building within an hour. And Roscoe loved the guy and said he put him off on the mark because he didn't want to deal with him, he would get in trouble, he would get home to his family, And he said, and then it's hard to start living a normal life when you got to start doing it and abide by what everybody else does when you're in your 40s.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? And in reality. And Brian, the pressure of being Jerry Lawler's son, and everything, and then that happens with a lot of, in all walks of life,
Jamie Dundee,
and not just wrestling either. Look at Sylvester Stallone's son; he committed suicide.
Yeah.
What the hell did he have to worry about? You know what I mean?
Mike Graham too.
Yeah, a lot of guys, and then because Mike's father had and his son had before that, but you don't know what's going on in somebody's head, but now, I've heard this from a lot, and I'm not by any means going to try it. I'm just telling what I was told, secondhand, whatever it be. But a lot of times when Brian get arrested, he kind of laugh at the cops, kind of laugh at the guards, kind of act like, and be a kind of, that attitude. He wisecracks, You can't do that with them guys, because they're around and they're gonna remember you, and things. And I ain't saying he did or didn't. I don't believe nothing until I see it, and all. But supposedly he was by himself a while. But then they said the day of, he got in a fight or something. Playing cards, somebody sucker punched him or something. I don't know, it was said there that Teague guy, not whatever information, but that the guards used to tell him that if he quit laughing at it, quit smarting off or whatever, or they're going to get you eventually.
Yeah.
And if you see that. And I just did a little digging because I repo cars, a bounty hunter a little bit, and I was always interested. I like forensic files. I love First 48. I love cops. YPD. But I just started a little digging and come and heard some of those things I was telling you.
Yeah.
And knew in that area, Bolivar, Tennessee has a legit crazy house. When you wrestled there in the day, what I remember, you always got out of that town right away. You didn't stop store. You did nothing. Where this all happened. At that jail. Other people have died there. Another guy just died not long ago, about a month ago. So there's something going on there. And why would the cameras be turned off? All right. And Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is going to take 11 months. Come on. And then have you seen that picture where they show the mark like a cord or a rope or whatever it is, but like right here, like that much. Because he's trying to keep from, it sounded like, to me, I mean, just looking at it, whether it was the guards, the cops, or the inmates, or two of the three, or all three, or whatever it was, he didn't hang himself. That mark right there tells it all. Right there, that crease, there was no rope mark. Jerry said that himself on his podcast, like he was trying to, fighting for his life to keep, from being strangled.
And even Bill Dundee told me he would hurt another person, but he wouldn't hurt himself.
Right. He loved himself more than anything. Exactly. That's exactly. That Grandmaster Sessing was Brian. So no, I don't think he killed himself. It's foul play, and I hope no father should have to bury his kid, and that's just so sad. And that day, and during when that happened, I remember getting a call, and I'd just come in from the show like 5-6 o'clock in the morning, and they said that he had no brain activity, and they were just waiting for Jerry to get there to kiss him bye. He's like, oh man. And then the funeral, I can't deal with funerals, and I had a show somewhere, a long trip, and I remember just Facebook and everything going. You just can't. It's like surreal. I know a friend of mine went to it, and a lot of other guys, the boys, they did, but a friend of mine not in the business went, and said it's just surreal. And that civil rights lawyer was there then, and they were, they're investigating. So I hope nothing gonna bring him back, but I hope they get that solved, and I hope whoever did what they did,
Is Jamie Dundee doing any better these days? I know he lives around here. He's still...
I don't hear much out of him, but I know this, he took that real hard with Brian. He runs with a motorcycle gang. That's about all I know. I don't see or hear much out of him. JD, I do some shows with JD here and there. It's been about a year or so, and he'd always be it'd be late out, however it was, but he'd always have a bonfire going in the backyard. And he's got a little trailer out there, and then he had a job. I don't know if he's still doing it or not, but Jamie's Jamie. He does what he does. Him and Bill are not talking, and big stink with that, with I guess the will of his mother, and things, and I think his mother switched the will, and Bobby and Donna are at the house, and Donna's been there with, but I know Jamie since he's 13, and he's not in a good way mentally. Drugs, and not good at all. I haven't heard anything not positive at all, and I hate that. And I just hope, but he took that real hard, because him and Brian, similar background, everything, so it's just sad.
And was it Jim Cornette that brought you into the WWE?
Yeah. After Smoky Mountain shut down the last night, he talked to Tony, White Boy, and I. Tom Pritchard was already working for him, and doing Smoky Mountain too, trainer, wrestle, everything, but they put us on that deal. We could work independence as long as it wasn't like TNA, or TNA wouldn't even know what I'm talking about. Anything, against them, whatever. But, and they took us to the Titan Towers and interviewed us, and they put all them different gimmicks on us and stuff, and but Jimmy Cornette did it.
Did you have a choice in gimmicks, or was that?
No, it was all them. It was all them.
Is it true that that name was a rib on the Briscoes?
Well, something about the area. They didn't exactly live from Bow-Legs, but they're from Oklahoma or something, and one's maybe real name's Freddie, one's middle name Joe or Floyd or somewhere in there, you know what I mean, that whole thing. And I can remember this. The first day, sitting at the table, Jerry Briscoe, Vince, Jim Ross, myself, Jim Ross, Oklahoma, something was said, and Jerry Briscoe brought up about somebody went as a Briscoe in the old Florida territory, and he wasn't really that good I don't think he was that good a worker, and he sure wasn't a shooter, you know. And Jerry brought it up that said that Jack, I guess, went either talk to him or personally or call, I don't know, call something, wasn't happy about it. And when he said that to Vince like, oh, I bet Jack got me, and his eyes just lit up. And I looked and I thought, I'm fucked. I'm through. I had got a chance here. I didn't know what was going on, and all I knew is they called me that. They told me what my name was and gave me the wristbands and green boots and green tights, and I had banjo music and and I didn't know nothing about the Briscoe thing, and I now, as I said, a lot of things you don't know first, but I think when Jerry and Jack worked for Vince as a team, I think that's when they were having them insane loops, like 3 months without a day off.
Yeah.
And I think Jack somewhere in there quit, went home, and might have got heat with Vince.
Okay.
So now I'm not, God rest his soul, Jack Briscoe, Bob Armstrong were the reasons I got in the business.
Yeah.
You always knew Jack wrestler, Bob fighter, But I thought, whoa. And I can remember hearing that music go, that banjo music, and I just looked up and I looked over at the Gorilla and Bruce and those guys. I went, we just start over here. I thought I worked 15 years to get here. My groin's tired. I knew I was beat up, banged up. My groin was shot. My hip was going on me. But I worked Bradshaw and. The Texas-Oklahoma thing, and we did a thing where Bradshaw put me over, a fluke win thing, then he got the win on me the next one, and then we did a thing where Dutch did another deal, the same thing he did Smoky Mountain, put me over like quick wins, and Dutch was, it wasn't Zeb Coulter or something else.
Uncle Zeb Coulter.
That's it. And they were going to put, and I did 3 wins on Dutch quick. Dutch did it and got it over like crazy. And Dutch told me, he said, celebrate every time. Dutch's so smart. And, in the last one, I just did the celebrate, but they didn't show it. But it had Bradshaw come down and get heat on me, and they had Sabio hit. And then we did a tag match the following taping, and we were going to go around the loop with them. And that was like around when really all tag teams were like just alike, and the only tag teams that was opposite was like Bubba and Devon, and like Sabio was Puerto Rican and me country American, and it didn't do it, never happened, it never happened, but
were you still excited to get the call up?
Yeah. And I didn't know I was, they didn't do, and I wasn't fine with all it. But when I say that, I didn't really know at the time. And I didn't say they ribbed him. I don't know. You hear that, but a lot of times Vince would do a rib and something they do, but he'd kind of fuck with you a little bit. But it was his creation, and he'd push it.
Yeah.
And it started out okay, and I the thing with Bradshaw, the tags, and then they cut it off, and that's when Jimmy was in the booking kind of there, but he's kind of on the back burner phasing out.
Yeah.
And him and Sean had heat.
Right.
So that's where that. But as far as it being I don't know. Why would you rib Jack Briscoe? Jerry Briscoe. Why would you? But then if he had heat with Vince that. But they started like they were going to go, push it a little bit.
Yeah.
And then we weren't really considered full time, and that's when they just started beating all, like Bill Irwin, White Boy did the plumber thing, I did Freddie Joe Boyd in the pub. They started drilling, beating us, you know what I mean? Yeah. They ambushed us. But Sean, I think, had he was in the business. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Somebody over here you're in with it, got you into, you're guilty by association. And,
Now, I guess you would have seen Steve Austin in this run, and you probably knew him from WCW and USWA possibly a little bit. Any thoughts on Austin?
Oh, yeah. I saw Steve Austin in '89. He hadn't been working long. Chris Adams trained him. You see him on the Texas TV. I used to tell Grizzly Smith about him. I said, he's great. He just started. He was natural. And then he went to Tennessee, and I would see the TV every week. And they put Steve Austin with Tom Pritchard to teach him how to work. And of course, Tom also trained The Rock, trained John Cena. Oh yeah, Shane McMahon too. You know, why he doesn't have a job in performance centers, that's crazy. But anyway,
I think he explained that to me in his shoot interview. If anyone wants to look that up.
Well, the first time, I mean, he was out of there, but when he come back, Johnny was a supporter, and then when Johnny kind of got out of power, you know what I mean? You know, and then Bill DeMont, I believe, when he came back, is when Tom got out of there. Bill DeMont got him out somewhat. Something happened with him and Bill. I don't know. You know, and then Johnny, when he came back, Johnny kind of got him in. Then when Johnny kind of fell out of power, you know, and then they moved to the performance center and all that. And I don't know what else happened, you know, with it, but I might have been a little heat with him, Terry Taylor, you know.
Yeah, because Terry Taylor has that job now.
Yeah, it's just, you know, I don't know.
But as for Austin, you worked with him, I guess.
I worked with WCW. He was doing the TV champ thing, and a lot of the baby faces, like guys in tags, baby faces like Rock and Roll, Robert and Ricky both worked with him, put him on, you know, TV title thing. I did, Steve did, a lot of guys did, and I worked with him, WCW there. A lot of guys, and Dustin worked a lot with him, and then in WWF, got to work with it right when he started talking about Brett.
Yeah.
As soon as he started talking about Brett, that's when the people really come to him. You know what I mean? I can remember I worked when he did it on the Raw the night before. They do 4 Raws. And he had Steve talking about Brett when Brett was coming back, the negotiation thing with WCW, you know, all that. And of course, Brett was coming back and was super over, and had done the thing with Sean, you know, and put the belt on him and took the break and everything, and then coming back. Well, Superstars taping, they do 4 Superstars tape. Whoever it was didn't take Steve's finish good, so I was supposed to have a dark match. Didn't happen with the fake Diesel, and Jake Roberts come to me. He goes, hey, he goes, Floyd, he goes, hey, let me get it okayed. He goes, but with the gorilla up here, but he says, I want to put you in a competitive match a little bit, but we want Steve over good with his finish, you know,
because Jake was booking a bit at the time.
Yeah, he was agent booking, helping with a lot, and did right there, and you know, I went like 6 minutes, 8 minutes, something like that, and Steve, great heel. Steve, people don't realize that Steve was awesome. Watch the matches with him and Ricky Steamboat. God. Well, anyway, Steve, when he got the mic, I'm in the ring with him. When he hit the mic, when he said Brett's name, went on Brett, people, he's like, wow. You know what I mean? You know, and he was a machine, and you know, the rest is history. You know, and you know, WrestleMania, the people turned him. You know, and but he was a machine. I mean, he worked his ass off. You know.
He seems like a very down-to-earth person. Did you notice that he changed at all?
He kind of in that position. They kind of got to stay to themselves, and you know, you got to take care of yourself. You do the jealousy and everything. He just catapulted, man. I mean, it was crazy. Good Lord, he got hot in about '97, and you know, back in, people related to that, the boss, you know, the cussing, you know, and Austin 316. I was at the 91 King of the Ring when they gave him that, you know, and did all that. And then Jake, Michael Hayes, and all of them come up with that, you know, and it's amazing. Like the ringmaster thing wasn't his, you know, didn't fit him good because the ring was such a great worker. But that, when he started doing that, and oh hell yeah, and all, you know, all that, and the bird, you know, and everything, and nobody cussed, you know, and everything, and the King of the Ring men used to be something to catapult guys, you know,
And I've heard you say the Undertaker, you noticed that he had changed personality-wise.
Yeah. Back then, I guess you take it personal, you know, you do, especially when they screw you over. You really do. But I guess in that spot, guys, they're got to be paranoid. They got to be their spot, insecure, and they got to stay to themselves and do. But I've heard some stuff. I know he's done some, you know, he's you know, he used to have a smile on his face all the time, I don't know. But I guess in that spot, in that position, you know, they think everybody's against them. And maybe they are, maybe they aren't. But guys want that spot, and they feel the pressure and everything, and do. I mean, look at the run he's had. I mean, it's amazing, you know, what the guy's done. You know, I mean, you can't, no. But him and Sean got me out of there. I'll tell you that. And not just me, a lot of guys. I know a guy. I don't want to say his name because I don't want to get him in trouble. But it was at a meeting, and this kid was in developmental, and he hurt his arm or something, or elbow, or in a cast some kind of way. And it was in some kind of meeting, I don't know, Undertaker was there or something, whatever. His cell phone went off. His arms, or whatever, and he's trying to turn his cell phone off. You know, and he can't really, so it went a little longer. And I guess Undertaker got pissed about it, and I think he tried to make amends with him and bought him like some real nice bourbon or something like that, and did. Got him fired just because of that. What if it was you? Wouldn't feel too good, would you?
No.
Not too good at all. Not too good at all. But I mean, you hear stuff like that, whether it's true or not. You know, I don't know. You know, as you get older, you kind of look at things, and I mean, you could say this guy did that or that guy did that, but a lot of times, 9 times out of 10, you look in the mirror and you go, well, you know, maybe that face in the mirror didn't help it either. You know, we all mess up, you know, so. But I stand by whatever I said about him in the past, you know, and what he did, because he did it, and other guys do too. But what are you going to do, right? What are you going to do, you know? He's number 1 in my book. You know? But no, hey, you know, him and Sean were 2 of the greatest of all time. I mean, without, you know, but sharks, I guess you got to be a shark. Does that make sense? You know, and maybe a little snake. I don't know. You know,
we've all experienced that in this business.
Right.
Been in it long enough and had enough friends that have made it higher than you.
That's about the nicest way to say it, isn't it? You know. Yeah.
Now, I haven't heard you.
But it's a lot of politics.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, definitely. A lot of it is to do with politics.
Yeah.
And Sean, I never heard anything about Sean with you before. What made you think Sean?
Oh, Sean ain't like nobody. But he's not like, you know, I mean, you know, I pray to walk the bathroom. I think he's legit on that and do. But years ago in 88, we left Florida. I couldn't get in Continental because they brought the Midnight Rockers into Continental. Shawn Michaels, Marty Jannetty. They got fired. Something happened in a bar. They worked for WWF. They'd left Vern, you know, AWA. Something happened. I don't know, you know, what happened. All I know is Robert brought in Shawn and Marty, which they just come off Vern's TV, ESPN, and of course they'd been on WWF TV into Continental, you know. So I was supposed to go in with Steve and come back, you know, with the Rebel gimmick, you know, and as a team, well, that got ex-nated because they come available. So something in there, and back then, Rock and Roll Express was still kind of hot, you know, and people didn't really like copying the gimmicks. And down south, you know, and they were, of course, a great team, you know, unbelievable, you know. 2 or 3 things they did we stole, you know, Stevie, you know, I mean, but they weren't over so much down south in Alabama. They were over Knoxville more, and did because people kind of they're great workers, but the gimmick copying kind of Rock and Roll Express, kind of like Fabulous Ones and Fantastics kind of did, but the Fantastics were great workers, but they always had good runs too. Fantastic always did, but people kind of did that, and Ronnie West, who kind of ran it, was Bob's boss. Bob was booking, and Robert, well, Bob was helping with it, and Robert, of course, was the man, you know, but Robert Fuller, but something, as a rib, made fun of a kid who was one of the sponsors' kid, and he put something on there, something like Queers Are People Too, something like that, and Ronnie told Bob to fire them. you know. So he did. They walked out. So Bob called me, and we come down, and Steve was already working in there with them, and they put us back together as a team. And I think he kind of took it personal. I had nothing to do. I didn't know him. You know, I knew he was, but I never met him. And I think there was some heat with that, and he had some heat with him and Bob, maybe, you know. And you know, and he'd said some things about, you know, Steve, me, and Bob over the years after that. But when I got in there in '96, I can remember Candido. That all happened with Sonny, Sean, thing with X-Pac, like shit on her sandwich or something. I don't know. So,
yeah, we actually heard this story.
Yeah, I don't know.
Apparently X-Pac admitted it.
Yeah, whatever happened, that had not been long. I was just starting, so a lot of heat with Sean, Chris, you know, and a lot of guys would avoid him because they didn't want to get heat with Sean. And I didn't look at it like that. He's my friend, you know, and Chris. So I'd hang with him, so I'd piss him off, you know, and I'm sitting there, I'm just talking with him, and not many guys would really with Chris a little bit, you know, and Sonny was doing her thing, whatever. And I don't know if they were still messing around. I don't know, you know. Well, none of my business.
Yeah, that's right, because Sonny has told stories that apparently her and Sean were a serious item.
Yeah.
Including having sex backstage, apparently.
Right.
Going on trips.
Overseas and everything. Yeah, going on trips and whatever was going on with that. And I don't know any of it. But I was talking to Chris just in the dressing room hanging, and I heard Sean go, yeah, White Boy was talking to him. He had the plumber again, but White Boy knew him better than me. And Tony, and he goes, Ronnie West told Bob Armstrong to fire me because I said that, you know, wrote the thing on the kid's back.
Yeah.
And he said he hired Smothers down there, Tracy Smothers down there, and his son to take our place, like that. And he said something derogatory toward Bob. You know, not just.
This is in the cafeteria?
No, it was in the dressing room.
Oh, the dressing room.
And he's at one end, and we're all clear on the other end. He kind of sitting, everybody's just sort of, whoa, you know, stop, you know. And, you know, Sean was the man, you know. And
I guess this is less than 10 years later at this.
96, yeah, so, yeah, less than 10 years. That was 88. This is 96.
Yeah, so about 8 years out.
Yeah, oh yeah. And I looked and I went, well, that ain't cool. I don't care if he trashes me. He can trash. Don't trash Bob. So I started to go up, walk around, just talk with it, you know. And he was heading out. He was fixing to go to the ring because do you remember when they did the thing and they put all the stuff on Sonny? The Godwins dumped the buckets on her. There was spit, piss, all kind of tobacco, spit, tobacco juice, you know, whatever you want, cigarettes in that thing, everything, all kind of stuff in that. Guys were, you know, because Henry Godwin walked in and goes, we're going to swap Sonny tonight. Everybody, guys were doing, because she had heat with a lot of people, she did. And, you know, all that's going on, you know, and it ain't none of my business. Before I got there, I don't know nothing about it. It ain't none of my business. You know how it is, you know, and I, you know, I was cool with Trip, but anyway, he was heading to go do that, and he did put a cake in her face or something, and I can remember I said to him, and I just went to him, I said, hey Sean, I said, whatever happened like years ago, 6, 8, 10 years ago, that was the end of it. I had nothing to do. I was just working. You know, he goes, oh, stop it, like that, and he just kind of walked off, you know, and he had heat with him, you know. And plus, he was something happened with him and Jimmy. They got into it about something, and there was heat with him and Cornette, you know. So, yeah.
Interesting. And you did score a win over Triple H during your time there.
That was a DQ thing, but
sounds like similar to Duke the Dunkster's experience. He got a DQ win over Triple H too.
And he was screwed after that, right? But no, you know what? He was always...
And he was dropped into TL Hopper a few weeks later.
Yeah. And why would you put Dirty White Boy as TL Hopper? He was Dirty White Boy, you know. Great worker. But anyway... God, go back to that. What was it?
The Triple H win.
Yeah. Hunter, he was always good to me. I mean, I can say that. You know, I worked with him. I worked with him in Madison Square Garden, a house show match, and we were going to have a good competitive match, and then they put us on after intermission and then before intermission was Sid and Vader, and they had Austin interfere to cause Sid to get beat by Vader, because Austin was coming back in the Survivor Series in the Garden with Brett. And then so they put us on after intermission, and they wanted Hunter, and they had Hunter take a choke slam from the apron with Sid, into the ring. And then they wanted Hunter looking strong, and we started back push Hunter strong again. But I worked with him in the Garden, I worked with him in the Superstars taping, I worked with him on that Raw, and he was real busy all night. And they were giving him back to push. He was getting ready in '96. Following year, he won the King of Rings when he started getting back pushed good, but they were starting to push him again. He had a lot going on that night, 4 tapes, and whatever we had laid out and I said, I'll just call it out there, okay? I said, I know you're real busy, he's got all these interviews. He was doing something with Kurt Hennig on that match right there, where Kurt come out with his girls or something, or took his girls, and he got that do and that, and because he was supposed to pedigree me some way, and I don't know, it was a DQ, but I think it rubbed all the guys wrong, but it wasn't my finish. I had nothing to do with it. I was just doing what they told me. But anyway, I just said, I'll call it out there. And I called out there. He goes, hey, thank you. You're a hell of a worker. He said, thank you. I had so much going on. He said, I'm not dissing, wasn't that dude, but thanks for out there, because he had a lot going on. Four tapes, 4 Raw tapes.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. What was your greatest memory of your time in WWE?
Probably that one night stand. That was fun. That was years after when I was there in 96, 97.
Well, we may as well jump to that now, and we'll go over to ECW after, because everyone's going to want to hear about that one night stand. You had a match, I believe, as well.
I was in the Battle Royal, but Guido was in the 3-way with Tajiri and Super Crazy. And we just out the ring, JT Smith, Big Sal, myself, and we called them. We did the dive thing, and then we had the Battle Royal thing with the ECW guys and the WWF guys, JBL, is that what you're talking about?
Well, first of all, you worked with JBL initially.
96.
In 96.
Yeah.
Any issues with him at that time?
No. Well, he didn't want to put me over, and I got nothing to do with that, and went over and then did. And he told me, he said, I'm going to kick out. If you don't pin me, I'm going to kick out. He told me he was going to kick strong, he's a big, strong boy then. And he kicked out. If you go back and watch it, he kicked out, and you wrestled. And I did the meat hook, remember the chin in the chest, and then hook, and to get it, to pin him. He kicked out in the first thing. It's roll through slam. Yeah. And he kicked out. And then I just, best I could, and because he was kicking. But he told me he was going to,
Pretty sure you could out wrestle him in a shoot in those days, anyway.
Yeah, but guys were getting in his ear too.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Right, because you had heat against you, as you said, right?
Yeah.
And he was working his way up in the politics.
Yes. He'd been there longer, of course, than me. He'd been there maybe a year,
right?
Already. Yeah. But after that, I never had any problem, and we worked a few times after that and worked, never did, and we're all right, we're cool. And in '99, I did some extra stuff in there when I got released from ECW, and I would get some stuff, house shows, and a few TVs with ECW when they'd be in the area, in the region where I live, and I'd get booked on the way up, get booked on the way back places, and WWF, some TVs as an extra, and back, and some house shows with WWF too, in '99, and it was still cool with him and everything.
Would you be Tracy Smothers or Freddie Joe Floyd?
I was Tracy Smothers.
Oh, that's cool.
And no FBI, none of that. It was just me. Yeah. But for Paul Paul a little bit of FBI, but I did a TV work Van Dam. You can look it up on '99 in Atlanta. Just myself, had Tommy Rich manage me. We weren't as the FBI or nothing, and a good competitive match. I worked with Van Dam when he's 19, when he was kickboxing, and stuff, and you knew he'd make it. I worked with Jeff Hardy when he was 16, Smoky Mountain, dark match, Had worked 3 times that day. I had a concussion, knocked poor old Candido on a ladder match. They didn't know my name. And Jimmy had me wearing a dark match. And I'd seen him. Him and Matt did some TVs, and they threw Strongbow, and they go up and do WWF TVs. I said, Jimmy, I said, I'll do whatever you want. I know I'm jumping around. I said, I'll do whatever you want. I said, but I got to work a dark match. I said, you know what happened to me last night? I said, man, I'm throwing up. I got a concussion. I don't know my name. He goes, you got to work with this kid. He's fucking great. And I said, who am I working with? He looked, and I said, yeah, I've seen him. And I said, he's wrestling? He goes, yeah. He goes, didn't you say they've been working TVs? I said, okay. So I went over and introduced, that, and I knew him a little bit. And I said, what can you do? He goes, whatever you want me to do. I knew he was great then. He was being caught out there, and I was glad I did it. I didn't remember much of it. I didn't know my name.
But it seems weird for a dark match if you had a concussion.
Oh, yeah. And it worked 3 other times on the TV. Plus, I did another ladder match. Oh,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
How much did you make that night, if you don't mind me asking? I guess you're on a weekly pay system.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I did good on gimmicks. But I mean, it was a blur. But Jeff Hardy, when you was out there with him, I can remember that. And I remember saying to the referee, Mark Curtis, God rest him, I said, God, he goes, how is he? I said, he's fucking great. He's 16 years old.
Yeah.
And I didn't, once, when he said that to me, he goes, whatever you want to do, I'm like, all right, man, all right. I was ready to, pet me up.
Yeah.
Because I was a young guy, I wasn't then. But I mean, and, I knew he was wanting that, and you knew he was confident, and he wasn't cocky at all. And out there, and you knew coming out of the ring, it's like going, he's going to make it. And I obviously did. Jeff
Still on TV.
But I says to Mark Curtis, the referee, I says, oh yeah, he's still going. He's 40 years old now, and his body's put through. But I says to Mark Curtis, and he goes, how? I said, great. He goes, he trained himself in his backyard. Hardys were like one of the first backyard guys that ever made it. And then D'Lo Brown was the same way. I just got bored in Japan, and D'Lo wasn't called D'Lo then. It was called Austin Connor or something like that. They put him with the gangsters that night. After that, I worked with him out there in person. Same thing too. Mark Curtis told me that he trained himself in the backyard, and I just come in Japan. I was wore out, tired, and he was unreal, natural.
So back to that one night stand. Could you give us the long version of that night? And I'm surprised you say that's your highlight of WWE.
Well,
I guess because it's the most memorable.
Well, it was a lot of fun to see the old ECW guys and a lot of friends, and in 96, 97, there was always crap going on. Jimmy had heat, you know what I mean? So it was heat on us. I did a house show loop during that time, and 10 days, and got good reviews, good matches with the headbangers. Remember, I'd worked singles or tags with them each night. And I knew them from Smoky Mountain and Burt's before that, I actually was frustrated. I can't remember what the deal was. Yeah, and during that, when you say about the highlights, I know I'm jumping around, but
I'll lump some of it together.
Yeah. But they talked about putting Bart under a mask or a hood, some type, and me under a hood, and put us in that Truth Commission thing.
Okay.
And they had Bill Buchanan, and they had another big guy. They never did it though. And I was working ECW some and in WWF, and that never happened. That was kind of it. So, a lot of stuff got soured. But yeah, that with Bradshaw in that. There was heat there. We had the hardcore homecoming thing that Shane, Jeremy Borash, Bob Ryder, and those guys all put together. A lot of the ECW guys in the arena, Raven and all them, and that, and Shane booked me on that. And then Dreamer called me a few days later and booked me on the WWF one and said we could do it. Got okay and everything. And the WWF guys didn't want us there. The WWF, the brass kind of, all the, just didn't, and it was friction kind of, and you could feel it. And I thought I was cool with John, and I heard his radio show a few days forward, and I put him over. I said, good stuff that he's talking about, and he was real up on everything, and he'd been drinking, and we were out by the ring, and we were going to do that battle royal thing, and we were getting bad vibes, and like they were going to shoot on us, and we didn't really know. And Vince had talked to us and talked like they were going to go with the brand, and we were going to have jobs, And I just got back working full time, and had not been working full time since about '02. And just doing other things around it, I'd bounty hunt repo cars actually, and I was doing some shows, and I was just glad to be there and have a job, and I was like, all right, and I could tell they didn't, and they didn't like it because the hardcore thing, they thought it was going, and of course their spot, but he was going to open ECW back up. He didn't do it till a year later, but we're out by the ring, and they have to do the thing where the rehearsal thing, and they come and do, and that big, remember Matt Morgan?
Yeah.
Great big guy. They have him. They all come up on us trying to kind of almost punk us, not really, but and somebody goes, is this gonna be a shoot on? I was like, I don't know, man. Guys, just be ready for anything, right? And big Matt, I'm like looking at his chest, and dude, and I said, you'll be a lot of help to your mom. You're full grown like that. And I said, he played football, basketball. I knew Jimmy liked him, and he looks at me and he goes, do something that I do, and I tell you, nut shot me, and that made my way might get out of there. He didn't, he didn't have no problem with us, and a lot of them didn't, it kind of started up. Well, John, we're outside of the ring, Chris Chetty's standing beside me. John's talking, and some of the agents are over there, and some of them big boys, Tom Cole and Matt, and some of them other boys, a lot of, they had a lot of big guys in. And John said, he was kind of drunk, he said something, this, other, that, and do. They get cute, don't hesitate to knock them the fuck out.
Yeah.
And like that. And I went, okay, that's cool. I said, there's a two-way street to that, man. I said, number one, I was kind of joking. He wasn't joking.
Yeah.
And so we got out there, and so I guess something happened. Meanie had said some stuff about John being a bully or something like that, and I don't know, I didn't know all this, but all I saw was in the ring, and it was intense during the night. You didn't really know what was going to happen, and the crowd was alive. And John was a champion, I guess, then, and had a ton of heat, and he ragging on the ECW thing and all that, and you didn't really know what was going to go down, and you really didn't. And it was intense when we all went and did. But I just saw him waffle Meanie out of the corner of my eye. I thought, what the fuck is going on? He just plowed him. From behind, man, hit him in the back. And Meanie had staples in his head from like a night or two before that at the Hardcore Homecoming, a chair shot accident. And Meanie's blood just went everywhere. So I just go up to him and go, what the fuck, John? What's going on? Like that. And he goes, fuck you, man. Bam, kind of rabbit punched me, right? And when you get him, I'm like, God, I'm like, bam, I come up, not like regular, like up, but like, you know what I mean? I was under him and caught him in the eye and got his eye a little bit. And he goes, oh, fuck, Floyd, like that. He always called me Floyd. And so I went on from him, and after that, when I broke off from him, he goes, come back. I said, I'll be back. Fuck you, man. I can't, kind of, you know how it is,
Yeah.
And that, and I look over, and Regal, Steve, was doing something. I go with balls and Axel, and I go up to him, I go, hey, Steve, come with me, you're safe. He goes, oh, hold on, mate, they got a spot. And he turns around, takes his cane, goes out of the top with, that's his spot. So I go back, and I see balls and Axel wailing with John, and Sandman come up behind, looked and come up behind him and got him from behind. And when he did, I got shots on him, body shots right there, right? Pretty, put him in there, pretty good, Yeah. And it was, everybody was kind of, and then happened in the ring, left in the ring, all that did. He popped me back, you know, and everything. And they got him out of the ring, whatever happened. Go backstage, and John was legit pissed off. Beanie, I remember going, he shot on me, man. You see that? What the fuck? He goes, thanks for helping me. You know, he goes, God. I said, yeah, you know what's going on? I go, what the fuck's going on, man? You know, I can't, because I don't know. He goes, I think he's mad because something I said about him on the shoot interview or something like that. So we come back, and John was pissed off. The agents were talking. Johnny Ace was screaming, we don't do that here. We don't do that here. So we got in the dressing room, and Johnny come back up and go, Meanie, what the fuck's going on? What brought all that on? And all that. I kept my mouth shut because they'd said we were going to, you know, he was going to open up ECW and we were going to have full-time jobs. I was like, great, you know, heck yeah, man, I'm down. And I didn't say nothing about it because, you know, you didn't want to get heat with the office, and, you know, I didn't want to be unprofessional, you don't want nothing. And then I started getting off the internet, you know, remember MySpace?
Yes.
Was going that, and I was getting stuff off that and just off the internet, period, and I didn't want to say anything and do. And then I come across somebody said something that about me and him and that, and then something goes, well, nothing will ever happen out of this because Tracy Smothers ain't nothing but a bitch. Remember that? And that's what I thought, oh really? Okay, cool. I knew I wasn't going back, and I didn't know what it was going to be when they had the ECW thing, which ended up a year later, and you didn't know if that was going to happen or not, you know. But if I had to, I'd fight him, whatever. But I think he's still mad about it, you know. But he sent word for me to knock him. But then he called me a bitch. I kind of did, and then when he did that, I really went all the way with it, you know, and he legit got hot about it. So, but I'd heard a year later or so when they opened it up that Sabu told me this, that he'd come from Dreamer, and I'm not naming what I was telling you, but you know, that Stephanie was real upset about how I handled that and used to promote myself and used them and did that incident, and that's why they didn't bring me in. But I was fine with them not bringing me in because I was doing good overseas, and I was and tax different, of course, you know, and doing a lot. I was doing around 20 shows a month, and I really didn't want to go because I knew they were going to kill the name off, kill the brand off, kill everybody off. I could tell what was going to happen. So, but yeah, I think I got major heat with them for that, you know, and because Guido told me, I had heat with them before that, you know. He did, you know. Guido told me on the one night stand thing, he said, you know, they came to me and asked if I would, you know, do the one night stand thing with you and the other guys, and they asked specifically about me, and he said, and he goes, and Trace, he goes, Guido take us Trace. I told him, I said, I had no problem, I had no heat with Trace. I work with him, you know, no problem that, dude. He said, but Trace, I think you had heat with them. I said, yeah, because I worked for him as a trainer, which we'll go to that later, you know, and the way that the whole system and everything, and it spoke out against it, let's say. But then when that happened and when they did, I used that whole thing. I exploited it all the way. I mean, they'd have me at a house at independent shows, do interviews about it in the ring or backstage. And one really big time that set it off. And well, I remember being on the road after I did a backstage interview and called him out. You know, and it said any place, anytime, anywhere, you know, I put up my life savings, and I said, oh, you got to put up the donut, and I said, I'll put up my dog. You know what I mean? You know, I always plug my dog. I still have my dog Ruthie. You know, but I mean, I'm promoting dude, but I was kind of shooting and dude. But then when I got word when he called me a bitch, and you know, and I thought, okay, well, you know, then he sent word, and he got mad when I knocked him, but he told me to, kind of, you know, and stuff. So whatever, you know, if I see him, I don't know, you know. Maybe I'll hit me with a big boot, close on me, punch me, I'll get juice and go, oh my God, he beat the hell out of him. I'll get sympathy. I don't know. I don't know, but whatever. He you know, it is what it is. It's whatever he wants it to be. I'll just say that. But I think he got heat more with Stephanie than anybody.
Stephanie?
Over that, because I used it to promote myself. That's what I was told.
What was your reaction when you heard that Joey Styles knocked JBL out?
Joe was tough and but he chastised people, kind of bully people. I'd heard that. I never really seen it, and Joey was Italian, and Joey's not no joke. I mean, he boxed. Joey boxed some, and you know this. You've seen it happen in all walks of life. Someone's in the wrong sometimes. They can get put in their place. You know what I mean? When your heart's in the wrong spot, you're going down. You're floating wrong here. It can happen to you. We've all been humbled.
And most recently,
mentally, physically.
Most recently, of course, there was that incident, the issue that I guess Mauro Ranallo allegedly had with JBL, and Mauro quit for a while, and it was interesting that they were saying, oh, nothing came out of it, but now Mauro's back, and mysteriously JBL's not with the company again.
Oh, the commentator.
Announcer, yeah.
Yeah. My bad. Okay, so, yeah, he's a great commentator too.
Yeah.
He's a great commentator. Yeah, I saw all that.
I don't know if it's a coincidence that he's back and JBL's gone now or not. And I'm just going to go back for a minute because I forgot to ask you about this guy during your time in WCW, but was PN News there when you were there?
Yeah.
What did he do that got so much heat with everybody?
He kind of, they pushed him hard there for a bit, and he kind of got to his head a little bit. And I remember in St. Louis, he might have called Stan Hansen an old man. Stan had just got off the plane from Japan. He's like reading this, Stan always reading newspaper.
Yeah.
And he looked over and he goes, he just called me an old man. And that drew the boys. Nobody left. We watched, and somebody like, I think Spivey might have been like, yep. And Stan tear the whole dressing room down out there and blew PN up and beat PN half to death. And I'm not, saying he did or do, but you hear things and do. And I think Rick Rude punched him out. And I think it was because there was on an overseas tour. And supposedly they had said, and I'm not saying he did or do because I wasn't there, I wasn't on the tour, said that PN stole from some of the boys. So, I always got along with him, and I ain't saying he did that, but that was the word. That's, I'm not the bearer of news. It's nothing that nobody didn't know, but that was known.
Scorpio also mentioned something about that.
And he never, from me, it never was nothing but cool to me then, so. He lives in Germany. Lived there a long time,
And how did you end up in the real ECW? We'll go back to that.
Scorp was another one that should have been pushed to the moon. He was great.
Well, we've used him in our company in Canada, Great North Wrestling.
He's doing my age. He can do all that stuff. He can do. He's amazing. He's amazing.
I actually had a match with him last year. It has 60,000 something hits on YouTube.
Tough guy, great worker. God, man, athlete. Amazing.
So could you
Go ahead.
talk about your time in ECW?
Oh yeah, a blast. I was working for Vince. Candido had left already. Candido, they fired him. He worked a pay-per-view with a broken neck. Sean got him fired. Sean admitted it to Tammy. She said it, but whatever. And Shane had talked to me about it before for a few years about coming in, but Paul does everything last minute. A lot of times I'd already be booked.
Yeah.
And it'd be people, you can't do that. You wouldn't want me to do it your show, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wouldn't want you doing mine, and stuff. So, and would love to have done it. And Paul, Paul would do something, spur of the moment. And wouldn't mind, Paul. He'd write a whole card on a napkin or something. Crazy. But Candido, they're getting ready close to the first pay-per-view, and they wanted, and Candido, Chris was helping, Paul with the books on with Dreamer, and everything, giving him ideas and stuff. And it was one of the guys, and they had kind of working relationship with Vince, and Sonny was still working for Vince, and Candido would come to the shows and do his ECW shows, Independence and everything, and he's already gone, and got back in great shape. And he asked me, he says, hey, he goes, Paul wants to bring you in, and he said, we want to bring it, and he said, you're on the loop with Tammy, and he said, do you mind traveling with Tammy and just, we don't need to travel by ourselves. She'd stay at a nice hotel, I stay at Red Roof, stuff like that. But he said, y'all have an afternoon show in New Haven, Connecticut. He said, that night's the arena. He said, do you mind, we want to book you the arena. He goes, do you mind putting Terry Funk over? I said, duh, quit. Hell, I'm there, man. Terry, and I worked with him, Dory, a lot, and hell yeah. I was like, I jumped, but I was like, yes. And so did the afternoon show with Tammy, and Tammy was picking Chris up that night to bring him home, at the however it worked, I don't know. But so go up there and do, and that was my first night. Lance Storm couldn't come in for some reason. Paul, I think, tried to bring him in last minute, stuff like that, and flights out of Canada, or something. Couldn't get a flight, I don't know. But they said I was going to work Van Dam, right? And so I'm like, okay, cool, whatever you need. I'd worked with Rob in '92, when he was like 19 or something. This was 97. And I said, yeah, sure, whatever y'all need me to do. And WWF, you go in their office, booking sheet, everything, do you know who you're working, all that. And then Paul, it could be anything, stuff happens, that's Paul. You just knew Paul. And then they said, hey, do you mind putting Taz over? He said, Taz and Sabu were going to work the pay-per-view, the first pay-per-view. And Terry was going to work Brian Lee, because Brian had a little thing, doing a little something with Raven. And Raven was working Terry, taking the belt off, Terry taking the belt off Raven. Yeah. So sure. So worked Taz, went good. Taz liked the match and that, and did put me over to Paul. And Paul told me he wanted to use me, and he wanted me to do the pay-per-view. And I said, Paul, I got a 10-day loop. I got a Saudi a tour to Kuwait in '97, and I said I got a week tour there, and then I got a 10-day loop after that. I can make some money there. I know I'm on my way out. I kind of do, and that's when they come up about it. Possibly put me in the Truth Commission. Didn't happen, and I said I'll do whatever you want. I said, but I do got that. He goes, do that, go do that, make your money. He said, you have a job here, when you can come back, and that. And the next time when I come back is when Dreamer put me. He had already put Tommy Rich with Guido that night. First night I worked Taz, and he put me with Guido, and it was 10 till 8, and I didn't know who I was working, and I'm used to knowing days ahead or weeks ahead, and I go up to Sabu, and I said, hey Sabu, I said, I don't know who I'm working with. I know I'm on early. I said, but I don't know who I'm working with. So he goes over and asks Paul, and Paul goes, you want to work with me? And Paul goes, and Sabu's like, no, I'm working Spike, remember? Because Taz trained Spike. So Dreamer comes over to me, he goes, you got your red flag? I said, yeah. He said, all right, you're working a tag match, you and Chris Chetty, baby faces, working Tommy Rich, Guido, you're turning on Chetty, we're going to put you with FBI with Guido. It's 5 to 8, we're on first. That's how it happened. That's how it did, and that's the way Paul do the main event, so Tommy do the meat and potatoes, and a lot of that whole gimmick with the FBI, I think it was Tommy Dreamer, all that stuff, the dance-off stuff, the stuff with the videos and everything. Did a lot of it was Tommy Dreamer, and of course Paul, input, and but it was a good time. The dressing room, WWE, dress code, everything, and and you on time. Don't party in a dressing room. You go to ECW, it's like the land of the misfits. Yeah. And I knew a lot of guys there already. Of course, Terry, The Eliminators, remember them? Perry and Cronus. Worked Sabu Ran Dam that night. I remember that. Taz, I knew Taz. Him and Candido come work Smoky Mountain, and Paul was making these guys. Sandman, I never met him. That's the first time I met him, and just all of them drinking, partying, hanging, but doing their job, working their ass off in the ring, and such a different atmosphere than WWF over here, and it was a good time. The Pit Bulls, remember them?
Yes, Gary Wolf and I forget the other guy's name, but And I got to go back for a second because you mentioned Kuwait. I remember that WWE tour in Kuwait was pretty eventful. Any memories of that?
I worked Vader the night before that happened when he slapped the guy. He had food poisoning, and he was working me, so they 3 minutes or something, I got a little shy, and then he cut me off, beat me with this thing, and then he was coming back through, and one of the marks, somebody tripped him. He went off, destroyed all rings. I'm just down 7 from the power bar, and I'm like going, oh God, and you don't know what happened. He was pissed, man. Well, the next morning, go to eat breakfast. Everybody between 8:30, because we got leaving to go to the gym at 9 at the military base and meet the military guy, the guys and everything. Well, Vader was going off on one of the people that set up the foreign tours.
Yeah.
And he was going off on Dave Hebner. Remember him?
Yeah.
Dave. And
he's like an agent.
Yeah. Earl referee, of course. And he was going off on that fella and Dave and everything. So you didn't really know what was going on. And then when we got out there, the guys, the Army guys was telling us when we was training, they was like, hey, he may not should have done that. So we was like, well, done what? They said, well, that whole incident, wrestling being fake, slapped him, but then what was as bad as a slap in the country like that was him cussing on TV. So we were all, after that come back, we had all day till the show that night. Everybody was laying up on the top of the building right out in the sun. Davey Boy comes out and says, oh my God, you're not gonna fucking believe it, man. He goes, the Delta Force guys had Vader, and the guys from the embassy or whatever it is, or the boys, you know what I mean? Come to get, they come to go, went right through them and just took fucking Vader. He was crying and everything, because he thought he wasn't gonna see his kids again, and they, whatever they did, took him, brought him back, and he was on house arrest in the hotel. I don't think he worked again the rest of the loop there. Maybe he did, or maybe it was by the end of the loop. I don't remember how this worked. All I know is we left, and Vader had to stay for 10 days. And he had to stay. They have some Ramadan or something where they can't eat meat. Big Leon, you know what I mean? And you've been around him. He can eat. God bless him.
Yeah, but actually, I could eat more than him when we had
really.
But he actually told me that the whole real details of that when he had a couple of drinks, and it was pretty crazy, some of the stuff that happened to him.
He was wired, was drinking. We all were. They let us bring liquor over.
Yeah.
We had the red carpet thing, because liquor, you couldn't have it. It was illegal.
No, you couldn't really talk to women or have sex. If you had sex with a woman, you could have been thrown in jail.
Whatever all that, they're covered up and everything. and boy, all I remember is Leon walking the halls drinking and that and doing. He was wired and doing just everybody was like, wow, man, this is heavy. You didn't want to, you watched what you was doing, because big Leon, he's a badass dude, and he loved his family, his children, and his wife, and all. And he was like, man, you ever see him on that crying drunk kind of, and guys was like feeling for him man, and he'd come to room, just hanging and doing, talking, and just doing, and he just like, I'm not one to, be religious, pray and that dude, but boys, pay a prayer for me, stuff like that. And when we were all taking off on the plane, not being really vindictive toward Vader, and that dude, everybody goes, what time is it? And everybody goes like, Vader time. God bless him. You know what I mean? Like not chanting. When the jet engines and you got up in the air, you were fucking glad because you just.
I don't think they ever came back, did they?
No, I don't think so.
Because they're in Saudi Arabia now, but not Kuwait.
Right. Well, the guy that show, the guys weren't being like mean toward, like doing that. It was just kind of doing it. It kind of joked, but scared to death, and felt it's praying for the guy. You know what I mean? You were. Everybody's like, man, because you knew he had a wife and kids, two kids, and everything, and boy, and then 10 days he had to stay there. Couldn't eat meat for him, And he came back and they put him with Shamrock.
Yeah.
After he just come out of UFC, yeah. But yeah, that was crazy.
How were your matches with Vader?
I worked with him a lot in Japan and got to do a lot with him. But I worked with him twice for WWF. That night I didn't get to do much, it was short. And on the TV match I worked with him, didn't go long at all because he was supposed to took the belt off of Shawn at SummerSlam in Cleveland, and Shawn didn't wouldn't put him over. But they had to have him work strong the next night. So, he wanted to have a competitive match, but he couldn't really do it after that,
Yeah.
So, but I worked with him in Japan. He was great, man. He was one of the greatest. Him and Bam Bam Bigelow, two of the best big men, all time, Terry Gordy.
And you mentioned Terry Funk, wrestling him in ECW. Any stories about Terry you could share with us?
Oh, he's crazier than a rainbow trout in a damn car wash. He's crazy, man. I love him. He's great. One of the greatest. He's amazing. Amazing. Heel, babyface, anything. He's a great guy. Love Terry Funk. Everybody loves Terry Funk. It's un-American if you don't love Terry Funk. But, it was Smoky Mountain, Bruiser Bedlam, Terry, Dory Funk worked Bob, Hawk, myself, 6-man tag, one of the big shows for Smoky Mountain. And, Hawk and Bob looking strong, looking good, and they got the heat on me. And they suplexed me everywhere. And oh my God, Dory with them forearms, and Bruiser with his power stuff, and oh God, they wore me out. But I got to work with Terry a few times for Ian Rotten, and just working wrestling, you know what I mean, and just classic, and he could do anything, and and just he'd call stuff counters, and like have you blocking small packages and stuff, you know what I mean, just things he would do, little stuff he would do, that you don't see anymore.
Were you ever around Andre the Giant?
Met him one time. I've been in the business about a year. When WWF started going, not long when Hulk took the belt off Sheik, when they went nationwide, they ran Nashville, the Municipal Auditorium. I was working in the business, paid a ticket to go in. I wanted, to see the show, and was just working for George Goulas. That's it. But Dick Murdoch, everybody knew that Dick Murdoch and Andre were going to be out drinking. What's the name of that big restaurant in Nashville? A lot of the country music stars used to go to. I can't remember what it's called. I'll think of it tomorrow. But anyway, I went there. It's like a line to get in, because it's a big place. And they knew that Andre and it wasn't called an after party then. A lot of if stars were in town, they'd go there after whatever event it was, and they go there. I can't remember the name of it. Nice place, real nice, a big, huge place, like a big bar, restaurant kind of. And I went into it, and I stalked them almost, Murdoch and Andre drinking. Well, I followed Murdoch to the bathroom, kind of, not right in, and he's down here pissing, I'm down here pissing, and I just sort of introduced myself. And I just said I was trained by Steve Kern and Stan knew him, of course, and I said, did my name and all that. And he goes, oh, okay. He says, looks at me and goes, you play football? And I said, well, I did. And he goes, you did? He said, we didn't good? I go, oh, really? Okay, I said, Carson. He said, where at? And I said, Carson Newman. He goes, Newman. He called me Newman right then. And it's 84. And so I says, hey, I really wanted to meet you, blah, blah. And I'd met the Armstrongs already, and Bob and him were good friends, and Bob talked about him, and I said, man, any way I can meet Andre? I said, I gotta shake his hand. I gotta shake his hand. He goes, we'll see. We'll see how he feels. I got it. So they're drinking. I walk up there, and he joked, and he just says, he goes, hey, boss, Andre. He goes, yeah. He just turned, because people all over him, around there, people keep him, Andre. You just sitting there looking at him. And Andre was 7'4" and a half. He was when his prime, he wasn't as tall, but he was nearly that wide. I mean, he was a giant hand. Like Big Show's 7 foot, he's a giant, but not near what the base of a man what the guy was. He couldn't hardly get through that door. Yeah. And you just look at this guy, man, my God. And he goes, Newman wants to shake your hand. He goes, Newman? Like that. And I said, I played football, Carson, and he nicknamed me we go way back 20 minutes, joking. Go, shook my hand. I looked. I never seen him. He took the wine glass, the wine pitcher, like you would a beer glass, and just turned it up and drank it. I mean, that was his glass. Drank the whole thing of wine right there. Like, damn. I ain't never seen nobody do that. And he could do that with a beer pitcher too. And he grip it just like he would a regular glass. His hands were so big. Unreal.
That's great.
Yeah, that was in 84, think about it, I was like 22, 21, I was like, damn, wow.
Did you ever have any contact with Hulk Hogan over there?
Another time I met him, hold it. I never met Hulk, Okay. No, met him on the elevator with Brad Armstrong on 99, and God bless them, both of them gone. And Andre could be moody, and I had, of course, 6 years or later, Brad knew him.
Yeah.
And we was on the elevator, and Brad goes, Andre, what's up, boss? This is Andre didn't talk to him. He wouldn't look at either one of us. Andre didn't like attention. He was a real giant. He didn't like that, everybody like looking at him like a freak. But Brad didn't he? And Andre wouldn't look at him for the longest time. He looked and he goes, "Tell your dad bye, hi." That's all he said. And then went on and did. And then he goes, "Okay, Andre." He goes, and I says, "He all right?" He goes, "Oh man." He goes, "He's in a lot of pain. Everywhere he's at, he's crumped up. And he gets frustrated. He's on the road. People treat him like a freak." And Brad understood. I remember that. He took up the whole fucking elevator nearly. I swear to God. I mean, I never seen. I remember he was going down he was way up top, and we were somewhere. It stopped, and there's Andre DeJohn on the elevator right there. Like, wow. And Brad, trying, and like I said, he wasn't in a good mood. It was early. I think he had early flight.
Did you work for ECW till the very end?
No, I was out of there about maybe a year, 6 months before it shut down.
Okay.
Yeah.
At what point did they make you the trainer there too? Or?
A few months in.
Yeah.
A few months in. I just, they were all working out in the ring, and I just got in the ring with Spike Dudley and just started chain wrestling with him and working with him and Paul liked it and just started got guys going, and I just, out of nowhere did it. They were all working. I said, guys, they were wearing all these moves. I was just chain wrestle and work and go around and do whatever comes up, call it in the ring, and then Paul, of course, did that then, a couple of times I did it, and then he had me doing it.
Any extra pay for that? Or?
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
So you're almost like an agent at that point then.
I'd help them with their matches, but Tommy, Paul, of course, Bubba kind of, Candido when he was there.
Yeah.
But I'd help them with their matches, and they kind of like give them what they wanted out of it, and I try to help a little bit, somewhat, and or help after the match, something could help them with, and find out what I wouldn't say
Any specific reason why you left the company?
Well, it was close when Steve Carroll was coming in, and my run was kind of up. 2.5 years I was there to tag with Guido, and they'd put the belts in push, but we'd been getting guys over for a bit and they wanted to go a different direction with Guido in a cruiserweight type thing, and with the stuff with Tajiri, Super Crazy, and some of them, and put Guido more in a singles role, and then for a bit, and then Mama Luke, that was before Mama Luke ever come in, he ended up tagging with him, and they were bringing guys in, young guys, a lot of young guys that were driving from all points and not having to pay them as good, and where they were flying me and paying me better, and stuff's cutbacks, I guess. But the thing is the way it got done, and when I got let go, it was 1 o'clock in the morning, and I thought I had Thursday through Sunday booked for them, and I didn't have nothing. They didn't bring me in, and all we had to do was, because I'd been hearing that guys were starting, like Gang got let go, kind of like Tommy Rich did, a couple other, older guys, Rob, what's his name? Used to be Steve Austin's partner in Texas. Rob Price, yeah. And I kind of been hearing about it, and then when it actually happened, all we had to do was like say, hey, I got to finish you up in 2 weeks, a month, But I got booked pretty steady from then on and did, but all I had to do was give me a notice. I've been let go before, and I've been fired from everywhere at least once.
Was it at least him that called you, or was it Tommy?
No, it was the girl, lady, she died. I can't think of her name. She used to handle the flights and handle a lot of that, and she more just told me Paul wasn't bringing me. He wasn't bringing me in, and I knew I was done. But all I had to do was just come up and tell me, hey, give me, But I worked for them some after that through Dreamer more, and when it was drivable distance when I was in there. But they cut back a lot of expenses because Steve Carroll took over. That's. But they had a lot of guys driving a lot of miles for not a lot of money.
Right.
That ended up getting a break, places, but they did,
Who is the guy that you're most proud of that you helped in those ECW days with the training?
Oh. A lot of guys trained in the ring. Spike Dudley, Danny Doran, Chris Chatty, just Incredible a little bit, Guido Wood some. Roadkill, there's a lot of other guys. I can remember Joey Abs tried out in the ring there. Shane Helms, I thought they should have hired them both that night. They didn't. But
would they have the trial?
Rhino was one of them too. Rhino did. Paul had him upstairs talking to him right away. And about a month later, he had a trial match with me. I'm the one got him to do the tackle. Edge and Goldberg were doing it, and he was friends with Edge, and I said, Rhino, you should be doing a spear or some way, He goes, well, I do one kind of in the corner. And he said, and I said, okay. I said, for the finish, I said, his trial match was me, single, and Ross Strader. And I says, hit me with that spear in the corner, and I bounce out and hit me with the spear. Finish. God, he broke me in half. He was young, strong, 23 years old, a beast, yeah.
And how did you end up becoming a trainer for WWE?
Bruce Pritchard. I was 99. I was getting a lot of extra shots, and now they pay extras $200. They're paying extras $500 then.
It was $400 even when I was doing it.
Okay. Yeah. How long ago was that?
2005, 2006.
Yeah. Went from 5'4" to 250 to 200. Yeah. And, you know, sometimes you get 2 or 3 days, you know, on the first of the week. Back then, they were doing pay-per-view on a Sunday, and they do the Raw Monday and the other Tuesday, you know, stuff like that. So, and then I'd get some house shows when they'd be in the area, you know, because it'd be one less guy that had to fly, you know. So, and in '99. They were doing $400,000 or $500,000, you know, house shows. Steve was hotter than a firecracker, Austin, and of course Rock, and I remember being on card with Steve working Kane and Rock working Hunter, you know. So yeah, you know, I mean, I worked with Kishi a lot of them when he started. That gimmick with him, he's another one. That gimmick, you knew he was going to work. You could tell the reaction, you know. You could tell the reaction, you know, with him. This is '99, you know.
So I guess they'd see you working with the guys in the ring before the shows, isn't it?
Yeah, I've done it in ECW, the trainer there, and then you know, from 2.5 years, and I'd helped a lot of guys that had been up there, that were there already, you know, in WWF, you know, over the years, and Bruce Pritchard is one come up to it. Jimmy Cornette, actually, I take that back. Jimmy and then Bruce. But when OVW was already going, before it was developmental, Jimmy, Danny Davis, wanted to bring me in as a trainer there. And when they were starting the developmental thing there, right? Well, they had Rip Rogers and Nick Dinsmore and maybe Rob Conway, all there, you know, kind of helping guys already. So Regal was in Memphis, and Jimmy had talked to him about me with that, and then Bruce switched it and said, well, we got all we need to help them there in OVW. I said, we need someone down in Memphis, because you know, Regal, they was going to bring him up, and so that's how I got in, you know, in 2000 there for them. Well, I was supposed to start it around holidays of '99 as trainer, but Jim Neidhart, God bless him, got the job after Owen died.
Yeah.
And so I was cut out of that, and I lost Japan. I lost my Japan connection, because I could have went, and I thought I had a job, and then they went on, you know, and did that, and it's too late. You know, one or two other overseas tours and a lot of other bookings I could have took. So you know, it hurt, and then but I ended up got the job in July of 2000 as a trainer. Jim got let go after a few months. I don't know what happened, you know, but he was there 6 months, maybe, something like that.
He wouldn't be someone that you would necessarily think would be
a trainer.
Yeah. And what's going on now? Obviously, from what we hear, the WWE class action lawsuit, I think you were a part of it, and now it was thrown out.
Yeah, I'll go right back. Jim, not as a trainer, Jim had good psychology and knew character, but as technical, you know. But
and also
God bless him.
partying habits, unfortunately.
Yeah, but he's a good dude.
Yeah.
God bless him. That's sad.
Yeah.
I was involved in that when it first started. I remember seeing that Billy Jack and all that going on. Bobby Fulton contacted me, and I wasn't real keen on it, and you know, so you know the risk. And he said, just talk to the guy. Here's the number. He said, leave him a message. He'll call you back. So I did that. Left a message. He called me back, and he asked me if I ever had an incident with them with anything with concussions. And it didn't really click on me. And I was like, yeah. I said, well, I kind of did. And I said, let me think on it a few days. I'll get back and tell you. So this is what happened. Year 2000, when I was a trainer, I wasn't used to not being one of the boys, I guess, and try to kind of help take care of them. And I felt like Terry Golden was kind of, kind of cruel to them, you know, and on certain things, and working hurt like they were, and some things and do, and all Bruce and Pritchard and Kevin Kelly knew kind of what Terry told him, and Terry I thought was kind of bitter because he never could make it in the ring really that good, and good businessman as far as running businesses, but not so much as a wrestler. And I'd kind of take up for the guys, and kind of give me a double-edged sword, because they can come back to bite you, because they stab you too. But to punish me, and one day they had said something, this, that, or dude, and they said, well, Tracy, we want you to teach them how to work. And I said, well, I would. I'm trying to teach them how to work, but y'all keep fucking with them. I said, they're in such a bad mood, and their morale's so bad, they don't want to train, they're not motivated. And some of the boys heard that, and so I got heat for that. So next thing I know, we're at TV taping, and I'm working Joey Abs. Remember him? Big, strong guy.
Yeah.
Good, hell of a talent. Couldn't believe he was there. I think he'd had some problems, and they brought.
He was in WCW, right, for a while. Or something.
He might have did a little WCW, but he was Mean Street Posse.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
With
right. Mean Street Posse.
with Pete Gasparoni and Rodney, changed friends, and did I think maybe he had a little problem with pills. I don't know, but I can believe he was there. Great talent, and got back in great shape, and he was getting ready to go back up. Steve had already left, Regal. He was there when I come in. Well, they had me working Joey. Kevin Kelly took us outside, and I thought, whoa. And I knew they were kind of miffed at me, and maybe I should have been more office. I don't know, but I was just trying to take care of the boys. And I'm working Joey. He said, you're getting Joey over this, and I figured with this finish. And, but no, he wanted Joey to hit me in the head with a chair, on TV to beat me, right? And that unprotected headshot. And it was known in the business that I'd had problem concussions since '92. Right, I'm shortening up, and I didn't really need to take a chair shot from a big, strong boy like Joey, and Joey didn't want to do it. And Kevin kind of got hot at Joey, and I didn't want him to come down on Joey, because Joey worked his ass off to get back and get his spot back and everything, and did. And I was like, no, Joey said, don't worry about it. I got it. We got it. Don't worry about it. Put it in there, dude. I'm there. And I'm going, oh fuck, I hope I can get through this. So yeah, sure enough, the match went good. Everything, dude, hit me with a chair, and man, I'm gonna tell you what, I went down to my neck and I went numb. Because you got to make it look good as TV. Chair shot, but I had to take a chair shot from a big, strong boy like him, and he didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do it. And I'm not saying Bruce told him to do it, or whoever's told Kevin to tell him to do that, but the ones that Kevin Kelly told him to hit me in the head with the chair like that, and it was because I wouldn't play the game with them, and to me, I respect them, but guys like Bruce, Kevin, never been in the ring. So there's always a little rift, and there's a little distance with guys that's never really paid dues and done that and maybe they were a little envious of guys that could physically get in there and do it. Let's just say that. And they wanted to teach me a lesson, and that's what happened. For about a month after that, I threw up every morning. I didn't let nobody know. I was fading, and I knew it, and it did me in, man. I was never the same after that. My neck, it was bad. I heard it, several times, but that really got me good, and just head to toe concussions. I'd had a few already, and I had some after that, but that one there really did me in. And about 6 weeks, about every morning I'd throw up. And I didn't tell nobody, because you didn't tell nobody you was hurt back then. Your spot. You didn't have all these medical stuff, all this concussion protocol. You didn't have any of that stuff. And I knew I'd for that, but I've never been the same since. I got let go about 2 months after that happened, but they kind of fucked with me till I did, and all that. And I never thought much about that until when I talked with the lawyer, and he asked me if I had an incident. I said, well, I did. That's what me think about. A few days, got back, told him what happened, and then he had me. I was coming home from school Smothers thing, and he had me. He recorded it, and I told the incident what I'm saying right now as to what happened and did. And I don't know what's going on with other guys' cases or whatever or claims they had or any of that. All I know is that is what happened to me. Yeah, I'm still wrestling, and yeah, I'm still alive. But I've had concussions since then, and it wasn't with WWE. But that one there taking that shot, I'd never been the same. I've never been able to train as good. I've never been able to get around as good. I went more. I've had many strokes off of that. And that was the one that you always say that got you. And after that, I was about 38, 37 years old, and that was 18 years ago. And by the grace of God, I'm still alive. And but that's what happened. They can do their lawyer tricks. They can say whatever and do, but under oath, do that is exactly what happened. And that shouldn't happen to nobody. Nobody should be treated like that. When it's known that you have a condition, I've got post-concussion, prior concussion, pre-concussion, whatever you want to do. And I don't, weather changes, I feel it. And have since then. I could maintain it and do, but I hadn't been since then, and I haven't been. I honestly don't know how I'm still alive, but I really don't. I pray a lot, but I got rocked, and didn't need that, and that's my story, and that's what happened. That's the truth. I can take a lie detector test, whatever you want. I think they're going to appeal it. And it will be out of Connecticut. It won't be in Vince's court where he has people paid off, whatever. His wife works for Donald Trump. So what does that tell you? And small business, had a small business. But they're under contract, but it's supposed to be self-employed. How are they self-employed? I don't know, but it is what it is. I've got a lot of flack off that saying all you had was a cup of coffee, this, or the Freddie Joe Floyd, and make fun, call you jobber, this bitter, or whatever else they want to say and do. But if you stand there and let a man that could, big, strong, 6'2", 6'3", 260, 270, bench 400 or 500 pounds, hit you in the head with a chair. When I was close to 40, and you live to tell about it, you're a lucky man. So I hadn't been the same since then. I've swept thoughts. Like I said, weather changes, man. I mean, it's bad. When I get up out of this chair, I can't hardly walk. And my hip, my body, it affects you down. Many strokes, it's like somebody putting a suction cup on you and just suck the life out of you. But I've had about a dozen of them since that, off of that. And do all I know, and you see the spin that they put and do, but I do know this, a lot of guys are gone, are not with us. And I think that's real sad, and it's horrible, and you feel for their widows, for their families, their kids, and you just wish that there'd be something to do that could help those people's loved ones, that aren't with us anymore. And I'm, whatever happens. That's my story, and that's not a story. That's the truth. That's what happened to me, and I've heard other instances of things. It's just a cruel, rough, brutal business. It's as simple as that. There's wrestling's a different animal. It's like you see the rock stars, dying every day, and look how many wrestlers are gone. It's just so sad. Mentally, physically, spiritually, nothing in this world will take the life out of you more than the business. And it's just too bad. And this Carlos is trying, and he doesn't know the business, and I think he like boys to get benefits and things, which that's hard. WrestleMania 2, Ventura wanted to do it. Jesse did, and Hulk didn't want that because he's making more than all the guys combined. So it's a me business. So don't look like it's changing no time soon. But they are appealing, and they feel good about it because it's out of Vince's home court. So I don't know. We'll see.
Did you replace Regal as the trainer at that?
He was already in there. It was a trainer, and he lost like 30, 40 pounds. He had bad problem with the drugs, with pills in WCW or something like that. And he did the working man thing, something like that. And he was trained, he had, and he, for 3-6 months, whatever he was there, to get back in shape. And he'd helped Triple H a lot when Triple H started, in Atlanta, he told me, he said, this is his last chance. This is his last chance, and of course the rest is history. He's been there since. And they brought Robbie Brookside in to replace Regal, and I was going to stay under both. Robbie was going to be head trainer, and I was going to be under Robbie. I was under Regal, and I was totally cool with whatever, And Robbie did not want to give up his Japan deal. and he was going to have to give it up. And he had a good Japan deal. Of course, he was booked solid in England, Europe, all over, Germany, everywhere. And he didn't really like the States then, and Memphis, that's a crazy town. And I know now, of course, he's in Orlando, so.
And I've heard Jim Cornette tell his story. I forget who it was against, but you got into some fight with someone on the side of the road and the cops came and you guys said you were practicing for wrestling.
Tom Pritchard.
Oh, that was Tom Pritchard.
Tom Pritchard. And it was something that should have never happened. And it should have never happened in Built. It's kind of some of the boys started up a little bit. And he said, you said stuff that, and then we should just sit down and talk, which we did the next day. Guys broke it up, and we did do that. We got an argument, then we got a little tussle, and they broke it up. And, rock and roll, Brian Lee, everybody, did. And then some marks saw it and called the police, and the police come in. I looked, and we both were the same thing, and we told them we were just practicing wrestling moves.
And wasn't it like 1 a.m. or something?
Yeah. We'll come back from Paintsville, Kentucky. It was up around Hazard or something, and heading back to Knoxville. Yeah, we sure did. They said, we just practiced wrestling moves.
To go into the ECW pay-per-view that TNA did, what were your thoughts on that?
2010, good to see the guys. 5 years before we done the one night stand, same kind of atmosphere, good time. Worked my way down there, worked my way back, stayed on the beach day, and it was a good time to see everybody and help the bookings, help my booking, independent bookings, and Tommy Dreamer put it together, and he's the one got me on the show, and it was good time to do it. I still see Guido some, we do some EC, the full-blooded Italian thing, so it's all a lot of fun.
And you've done a bunch of shots for Juggalo Championship Wrestling. How do you like working for them?
Crazy. They always pay you good, take care of you good guys. They love the business. Those Juggalos are crazy, man. You fight one of them, you got to fight them all. They're coming. They stick together. You can say that. They got that Juggalo love. I don't like them, but you got to respect them. They're crazy. They're not scared. They're not afraid. I've had everything in the world thrown at me with them. They hit me with quarters. They hit me with eggs. They told me one night they paid my salary, what I was making, by selling eggs for $2 a pop. I probably got hit with 100. I don't know. And probably missed about 300 from hitting my head. I mean, selling eggs told me $2. Yeah. They threw trash cans at me. They threw somebody threw jeans in the ring on me one time. I got hit with a pitcher of beer. I mean, you wouldn't believe. From 2007, I worked R-Truth. You ever watch that video?
No.
You need to watch it.
I know you had something to do with training R-Truth, though, right?
He was in developmental in 2000. He was in developmental in 2000. Yeah. Sure was. He was called K-Quick. Yeah. He was a rapper. He worked for what's his name? God. Too Legit to Quit. What's he called? What's his name? He's singing.
MC Hammer.
That's it. MC Hammer. Yeah.
There's a fan asking where can people buy your shirts?
Contact Joey Grunge. He's on my friends list. School of Smothers. I haven't talked about that, and I want to talk about School of Smothers. Impact, Midwest Impact Pro, McLean Avenue, Lincoln, Illinois. Contact Joey Grunge. Okay, he is the owner, founder of Midwest Impact Pro, School of Smothers, everything. Joey's the man. He's the guy to contact about any merch with them. Any of Joey Grunge merch, any the School of Smothers shirts, Joey's the man to go through.
Someone asked, what's your overall thoughts of Paul Heyman?
Brilliant mind for the business, eccentric, very smart. If you could have him, Jim Cornette, book something, if I had something to do, I'd like to have him, Jim Cornette, and Tom Pritchard, run it. That'd be good ones.
Someone asks, what's your greatest memory of WCW from 1991?
Well, 90 was when the Midnight Express, we worked them in Baltimore, the Great American Bash. Jim Cornette, Bobby Eaton, Stan Lane, of course, who helped train me. But 91, well, we did the 91 Great American Bash. It was Stevie, myself, the Young Pistol thing with Dustin Rhodes. I worked the Freebirds with Brad Armstrong's Bad Street, you know. That was a good one. There's several more. Yeah.
What's the most fun match you've had in your career?
Anytime working with Chris Candido.
Who, in your opinion, who is the best technical wrestler?
Right now?
Yeah.
Or ever?
Right now.
I'd say Brian Danielson in there, AJ, you know, Dolph Ziggler. Yeah.
Was the Wild-Eyed Southern Boys meant to be racist?
No, not at all. That's Kevin Sullivan came up with that gimmick. He put us together, and it just showed the Southern heritage. And you know, people don't realize in Florida, that's where we originally did it. There's a lot of rednecks in Florida, man. I mean, it's crazy.
Someone's asking how old you are now.
I'm 26.
26.
Plus 30.
Very good. And what about your iconic dance in ECW?
I got that from Steve Armstrong. We were in Mexico. We did 2 tours in 89, 90 before we went to OCW. And I remember looking up and see people going off, and Steve was doing that's where I got it from Stevie. But the other little dancing stuff, they just, I don't know. Bullet, Bob Armstrong, really. He didn't really do it like that. I did a little different, but, you know. But Tommy Dreamer came up with the dance-off. He's the one who invented that. That's all Tommy Dreamer.
Someone says, do you have any mullet stories?
No.
Where's my pizza? Was that one of the...
Oh yeah, that's a chant. They used to chant, "Where's my pizza?"
Okay.
We did some videos, stuff like making pizza and stuff, and Guido was the only real Italian of any of us.
Someone says you should be in every Hall of Fame, and do you have any Dusty Rhodes stories?
Well, thanks for that about the Hall of Fame. But Dusty was booking. You know, when we were in '87 in Florida, Dusty was. Booked for Crockett. You know, of course, in Florida territory was like a farm league for them then. They'd bought it. You know, Crockett he'd already took Kansas City. And then in '91, he's the one, and we had to switch off the Rebel gimmick, the Wild-Eyed Southern Boys, to the Young Pistols because of the Rebel flag thing. You know, and Dusty's the one come up with Young Pistols. But and then I was on some shows with Dusty in ECW, you know. But he was always good to me, and what a mind, and God bless him. You know, him and Bob Armstrong were always tight, and Bob was really hurt, when Dusty passed. So.
Which passing has hurt you the most of all of the people you knew?
Every one of them. Whenever someone dies, it's like you relive everyone else that did, or you see old cards and stuff, or every time you look up, somebody's passed away, or it's the anniversary of them passed away, or their birthday, and it's just like you relive it all again. It's just sad.
Who was the toughest wrestler in and out of the ring?
That I ever been in the ring with, or the toughest?
Both, I guess.
Haku.
Did you ever see him in action?
No.
Favorite moment in the FBI?
All of it. That was a lot of fun. Every bit of it.
Opinion of Ole Anderson?
He was always good to me, and Steve. He was always good to me. He's the one put us in with the Freebirds. He's the one put us with the Midnight Express. You know, so he was always good to me. Oh, he was an asshole to everybody, but he was equal and he was fair. You know, but I was on a convention show with him a few months ago, a year or so ago, something like that.
Did you ever get a title match with Ric Flair?
No, never got to work with Rick. Worked an 8-man tag with him one time, the Horseman, and Steve I and a couple other guys, I can't remember. And Sid was with them, and Sid was upset because Rick and Sid never got along. You know, Sid would speak up, and his look. None of them had the look like Sid. But I worked Bobby Eaton. Steve was sick, and I worked a single match with Bobby Eaton as a day Cornette and Jimmy and Stan Lane quit. They wanted to put over the Master Blasters, and Rick asked to work with me after that. Wanted to work with me, and Dusty had us plans with us, or Ole did us as Steve and I as a team. Rick asked to work with me, and I didn't find that out till later. And I said, "Wow, I was honored," but I would have loved to have gotten to work with him a few times. That'd been awesome.
At what stage of your career were you happiest?
All of it. It's never a job when you do something you love. It's not. It's still fun. I can't hardly walk, but it's still fun.
Could you still take on a bear?
I can't even walk. I would try. Hey, better sports through chemistry. A couple pain pills, maybe, and orange and protein bar, and I'd give it a shot. I've done some stuff, mock stuff, where with the bear, but it's someone in a bear suit. So I don't know.
Why was the name changed from Southern Boys to Young Pistols?
The rebel thing was so controversial, and it was around too. Remember when Rodney King and all that?
Yeah.
Remember all that controversy and the rebel flag thing nationally, and it is, and it still, of course, still is. And I never portrayed it like that, but the TBS couldn't, They had to exnate it, and Dusty come up with the Young Pistols.
Did you ever have a match that turned into a shoot?
Yeah. With guys you never heard of that were badass guys too, that weren't really trained right. You know what I mean? But yeah, didn't want to. They had no choice. Somebody sucker punch you. What are you gonna do? Trying to, the damage is done.
What do you think is lacking in today's wrestling?
Able to ad lib off the hip. Scripted interviews is not good, I think, and more calling it in the ring. If you know what a guy can do, you feel when the people that's right and do,
What's your most memorable wrestling moment?
Lord, that's hard to say. Probably anything with Midnight Express when Steve and I were together, and as a single with Candido, Chris Candido.
Have you ever had a match where you've had to go into business for yourself?
Yeah.
Favorite food?
Steak. Although I don't eat it much, but yeah.
Thoughts on Tommy Rich?
Love Tommy. Learned a lot from Tommy. Tommy knew how to get over. He knew this business. He's a lot of fun to be around. A lot of fun to travel with, and just crazy.
Worst experience of ECW?
Well, the time when I was, I guess when Louis Piccoli died, that was sad.
Which wrestler challenged you the most in the ring?
Well, it's hard to say. Probably to keep up with him is Candido. I mean, he's coming, man. I mean, my God, his cardio was off the charts. He was amazing. He's so dedicated, and just he's coming with every ounce of energy, and he's got.
Favorite movie?
The Warriors.
This guy wants to be a pro wrestler. What does he need to do other than join your school, which you could talk about now if you want?
Where does he live?
See if it pops up. Where's your school located?
Lincoln, Illinois.
Okay. How far is that from Evansville?
4 hours.
Someone's asking your favorite Chris Candido story.
We were on the road, and I think we passed Tammy and Chris. I can't remember who was with me, and there was water coming off a rock, and it purifies the water, and I got Chris to drink it. He wouldn't drink it. He's a city boy, You know what I mean? And he drank it and loved it, and he started doing it all the time. So, you know, it was just like, you know, it's weird.
The fan that asked you about the school lives in Oklahoma.
Well, contact Joey Grunge, School of Smothers, Midwest Impact Pro. He's on my friends list on Facebook, and he'd be the guy to talk to, because Joey has some connections with people and some things in Oklahoma, I believe, you know.
Tracy Gator says he loves you, if you know who that is.
Yeah, love you, Gator.
And where could people find out more information on your school, just at what you just said?
Yeah, Joey Grunge, Midwest Impact Pro, School of Smothers.
And how's your health doing right now? You've been alluding to it a bit.
I'm alive. That's about as far as I can go. But when the weather changes, I have problems. I've had problems for a while. I limp. My whole body beat head to toe. I've been in the ring with 3 different bears, and all those big guys, you know, like Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, Sid, you know, and all them big boys like that I've been in the ring with, took press slams from them and everything, you name it. You know, Steiner suplex you 12 feet. You know, we worked with them 3 months. You know, it's crazy.
Is Paulie the greatest liar you ever met?
He's in there. He's a smart guy, though. He last really, you know, in the mix somewhat run. It was Paul that, you know, used me.
Did you see the Conor McGregor fight last night?
No. Does that work?
The Fallout?
Yeah. Is it?
I believe it's a shoot. I believe they're crazy. Did you ever work Rick Rude?
Yeah. He helped me a lot when I first started. I got work with him a few times, and I hadn't been working long, and made me look good when it was hard to do. And then I was around him, of course, in WCW, but I didn't get to work with him. And I was around him in late 90s there, you know, when he's at Paulie.
Any memories of wrestling in Boston?
Yeah, love Boston. We brought Worcester, Revere, worked Boston. Oh man, great food up there. Best clam chowder. But Boston food in Boston. Boston's a cool place. I always like Boston area.
Who's a better mouthpiece, Cornette or Heyman?
Man, I seen them do a debate, and Jimmy cut him up. But both of those guys did talk, man. God, through the great Bobby Heenan, Cornette, you know, Paul, greatest managers ever. You know.
Thoughts on New Jack?
Love New Jack. A lot of fun. I worked with him in Smoky Mountain a lot when he was getting going, and you know, a lot of good times with New Jack. I love New Jack.
And then you could tell us about how you started going to Japan, and some details of your tours there and who you worked for.
All right.
Whenever
I went to Japan?
Yeah.
Okay.
For the first time, who brought you over?
Hiro Matsuda. We worked Florida in '87. Steve and I did. And Hiro liked us. Of course, Kevin's one put us together and everything. And it was about a year later, though, before we got a tour. But Hiro is the one that originally got us in for New Japan. And Hiro was, you know, had because they brought Muda over, you know, to work Florida, Kendo Nagasaki, guys like that, you know. And, you know, and Masa Saito worked Florida in the day, too, you know, you know, when he was younger. But Hiro did for New Japan. We did four tours, 88 to 90. Top guys, of course, Inoki. I got to work a lot of 6-mans with Inoki, a few singles, 4-mans with Inoki, 8-mans. Fujinami, Hashimoto, remember him?
Yeah.
Chono. And it was before they were getting close. Chono and Hashimoto were a team for a long time, and I never got to work with Muda. When Brody got killed, I can remember it's when I first met, and the next night is when I met Muda. They got Muda out of the country. You know, he was working in Puerto Rico then. Also worked Koshinaka, I think it's his name, Koshinaka, a lot for New Japan. And the guys over there, Americans, with me was Vader. When he had not been doing the Vader gimmick very long, and was selling out everywhere with that gimmick. They gave him the gimmick, and with the steam and all that. I mean, it was over. Also Scott Hall was on a lot of tours for him. Buzz Sawyer, Manny Fernandez, and Buzz and Manny were a great team. Bob Orton Jr., Dick Murdoch for New Japan. On a lot of tours with
Someone
him.
was telling me Bob Orton was attacked in Japan. Did you ever hear about that?
Attacked?
Yeah, like backstage.
Oh, I never heard that.
Okay.
I never heard that. I was in Singapore with Bob Orton, an 8-man tag.
Actually, I think it was Sid telling me that off camera. But go ahead with the Singapore story.
I don't know. I ain't saying it didn't happen. I don't know. 8-man tag. Don Morocco, me. I can't remember this. Anyway, Bob Orton Jr., Kamala Jr., or Kamala 2, whatever. Somebody else. We were in Kuching, Malaysia. And it's like an island, where it's like headhunters in the mountains, they said, and everything. And 2-day deal. And Sheik had done a thing where Mark Lewin, tore up the whole ballroom at the hotel. It was big, sold out both nights. But 1990. Bob Orton, they're getting heat on me, and Bob goes over to get a chair to come to hit me with a chair in the back, right, some way, and I'm just selling on the floor, or something, or maybe over the ring announcer table, and the guy grabbed him or something, and Bob slapped him, something like that. I'm not sure how that went. I believe he slapped him, and I'm like, oh Lord, and there you told the guys pull the guns, and the guards, the army guys and stuff, and that guy was would be like a governor, of that state of Malaysia. Oh my God! If he had to go out in public, he'd apologize, and they said they're lucky he didn't get shot. I remember that. Yeah.
So how many tours of Japan do you think you did total?
I did 23.
Wow.
4 for New Japan, 2 for All Japan. I did a few for FMW. I can't remember how many. I did a lot for IWA Japan, Wing. Worked Terry Funk in Japan. Cactus and I were tag champions for IWA Japan. Worked Terry Funk a lot. Different partners he had over there. Sure did. All Japan. Got to work with. You remember Kawada?
Yeah.
He was great. Worked a lot of 6-mans, 4-mans with him. Kobashi, remember him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mizawa, Mr. Baba, got to work with him. Tenru wasn't there when I was there. He had his own company. And then Americans over there. Some other guys I can't even remember, the Japanese guy. Americans over there was Doug Furnace, Phil LaFon, the Can-Am Express thing, the Patriot, and I can't remember what Jackie Fulton was called, but them. Who else? Johnny Ace, Dan Spivey, Dr. S.T. Williams, Boss Man. Or all the guys. Joe Deaton, and what a crew. Great. Terry Gordy. I was on the tour when Terry Gordy OD'd. Well, he didn't. He lived. He was in a coma. He passed out on the plane. Never woke up. For weeks later or something. It's crazy. Kenny Murrah and Wing.
What did you think of Victor Quiones? He was running Wing, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was always good to me. I can't say nothing bad about. I always got my money. He's made good. He let me sell gimmicks and stuff and over there. And a lot of guys didn't like him, but he was always good to me.
You have a fan asking if anyone's ever asked you if you're related to the Smothers brothers, and have you ever met them?
Nope, never met them. I'm not related to them. My name is Smothers.
Someone wants me to ask you about the Mongolian mauler, Peter Miller.
I didn't really know him that good. I knew him. I was on a few shows with him. He passed away, I believe. I don't know when, but I didn't know him real good. I've met him a few times.
What was Stan Hansen like to team with?
God almighty. I worked with him a lot in Japan and in WCW. Believe it or not, you know who Stan was good, always was tight with, try with? Sid. Can you imagine Stan and Sid?
No, I wish I'd known that.
Yeah. They were always hung together. Always. Stan was a machine, man. He was a romping star. I like so one of these young guys call him an old man. Him and Bruce Brody. Guys like that. Sid, God.
Someone says they remember you wrestling on local outlaw shows in Kentucky for Dale Mann.
Yeah.
And you'd usually be wrestling Eddie Gilbert.
No, I never worked with Eddie for Dale Mann.
Okay.
I never worked with Eddie for Dale Mann.
Or was that at the fair? I don't know.
I worked for Dale Mann a lot. When I got released to WCW in '92, I worked for Dale Mann a lot. There. Worked at military bases with him for him too.
Any memories of Bill Kazmaier from WCW?
Yeah, I was at Continental actually in '88. Was around him a lot, and Bill wasn't a wrestler. He should have been like a bodyguard type with his gimmick and do the strongman thing. They exposed him when he was a wrestler, and I don't think he was ever really trained. Nice guy, good guy, power lifter. God, he's amazing strength. And then in WCW they brought him in. I was there, but I thought that he should have been more like a role like that.
Who was the most unprofessional wrestler you ever worked?
Oh man. Maybe some of these young guys that really wasn't trained right. Not all of them. Some veterans too. Goofs training goofs, and that's not good.
Where can we follow you on social media?
Facebook,
which is just Tracy Smothers.
Yeah.
Someone says hello from the UK. Who is your favorite ECW opponent?
Oh man, that's hard to say. Hey, we never talked about Nova, did we?
No, we didn't actually.
Love the BWO, the whole gimmick. With them, that was a blast. It's a blast with all of them at ECW. Axle balls, and we got to do a lot of 6-mans with Tommy Dreamer, Sandman, Scorpio. Tommy, Rich, Guido, myself. So all of them. It was fun, man. A lot of fun.
What's your opinion of Shane Douglas?
Love Shane Douglas. Love Shane. Known him since '88. Used to live together. Used to live with me. He was putt-putt champion of the world. We always play putt-putt, commentate, talk trash.
Who's your favorite commentator?
God, Gordon Soley. Lance Russell. And Jim Ross. And Joey Styles. All of them are great. All of them.
Someone says they saw them.
Les Thatcher, Dutch Mantel.
Oh, you're not leaving anybody out.
Yeah.
We never really went into details about your memories of Dutch Mantel in the shoot yet.
Oh. Yeah, it's true. Well, Dutch, he was one of my idols. And then when I worked with him first started, Dutch just fire on you, and I got pissed. I remember it. I worked with him one night, and I was looking for him, but he was ribbing me hard, really. And as I got older, but I love Dutch. What a mind! I learned so much from him. Traveled with him, and he's just so funny. Dutch should be a comedian. He's one of them guys that's funny. Don't try to be funny. He's very smart, very intelligent, very up on current events that happens. And Tom Pritchard's the same way. God, just amazing, brilliant. He's Dutch. I'd put him in there too. With guys who want their head booking, creative. There's a lot of guys like that.
Someone said they saw the video of you wrestling the Bear, which we discuss his matches with the Bears in detail in this, but they said, was you jumping out of the ring at the end, leaving in disgust, a work or a shoot?
It wasn't discussed. I was blowed up. I'd already worked a tag match and then did the bear, and that was the third of 3 rounds. They just see that's all they showed on that. Plus, I had to work Dutch. I was blowed up. My God, you go in there with a bear. You know, whoever asked that.
How do you like living in Evansville?
I live in Fort Branch. I'm north of Evansville. What I do like about it, the location, it's close to the south. It's close to the Midwest. It's not too bad from the Northeast, you know, and the West, you know, and it's kind of in the middle, you know, and it's really not, you know, and even like, you know, Kansas or Missouri, it's not too bad, you know. It's as far as what we do, and it's quiet out where I live, and you know, Tennessee's gotten crazy. Plus the thugs, God Almighty, those guys still out. They call me every now and then, going off, talking shit, you know.
Would you manage in WWE if given the chance today, and who would you want to manage?
I'd never want to work for WWE, ever, ever, ever. Ever.
What's the biggest problem with today's WWE product?
Oh, I ain't saying there's a problem. I mean, just
that's a different question from a different guy.
Yeah. Well, scripted promos, you know, and give them bullet points to hit, you know, and then put it in their own word, their own, you know. I don't know how they do it, but I can't see how a guy that wrote Days of Our Lives or Young and the Restless or General Hospital can write wrestling promos. They don't know nothing. Well, Jake, for instance, on your set, I saw the question or something to that point, and he said, Vince said, the writers are all scared of you and think you don't like them, and he said, well, they don't know nothing about wrestling, you know, and he's right. They don't know how as a script writer, like they can cut a promo to teach you how to cut a promo better than a guy like Jake. You know, come on, you know, or know more about this business than Jake, who grew up in it. You know, and you know, guys like Jake. There's a lot of guys like that are well qualified. Kevin Sullivan, for one. There's tons more. You know, and
what are your thoughts on Manny Fernandez?
I love Manny until he knocked me and talked shit. I never did nothing to Manny. He helped me a lot in Japan, taught me how to watch guys and find out what they do, and taught me a lot. I'd been in business 5 years, and Stevie and we ran with him all the time, Buzz, you know, and all, and you know, something got brought up about tough guys and I want to shoot Randy did or something, and man, he started laughing at me, and I didn't think it was cool. I got upset about that, but tell the truth, it is a joke because I'm not, and I don't claim to be and do, but don't laugh at me. You know, that kind of upset me, hurt my feelings. But we've talked. We did a podcast actually together and talked about old times in Japan, you know, and stuff. But I have nothing but fond memories, I now think back on it because, you know, and he's right. When you think about tough guys, you think about guys like Carl Gotch, you're talking about Matsuda, you're talking about Danny Hodge, you're talking about guys like that. It is a joke. I don't know where that come from with me, but I mean, he told some story about in Pikeville, Kentucky. He hadn't seen me in a while. Said he hid my bag and said I was wigging out or something. He was ribbing me. That never happened. What did happen was this: he shot on me 3 nights in a row in shows for Bobby Blaze in that area there, Pikeville area and all that, up into West Virginia. And I don't know why he did it, because I always loved working with him, and I didn't know it was coming. And when before in '88, Manny was a beast, but Manny wasn't quite that in '94, and his health wasn't as good. And I got him, I beat him, but I never had a crossword with him, and I didn't understand why he, you know, talked shit about me, and it hurt my feelings more than anything. I got feelings. But I love the guy, man. He pissed. I heard something about happening to him, Tommy Rich. I didn't think that's cool, and I saw him knocking Tommy and stuff he said, and I thought that's pot calling the kettle black. But sometimes some things, guys sit down and talk, and we're all grown men here,
Is Ole Anderson really as cranky as he seems to be?
Yeah, he's happy being miserable. He will knock ice cream.
Thoughts on Eddie Gilbert's death?
Oh, it's sad. Sad. Pills, some of it's a bad thing. Stopped his heart. And he lived, eat, and breathed the wrestling, the business. He'd go to the bathroom, give a finish. He couldn't turn it off. And his mind was constantly going. And one of the greatest minds. And to me, he should be inducted in the Hall of Fame. Should have been years ago. He was so far ahead of his time. Amazing.
Thoughts on the New Day and the Page sex tapes?
Everybody has closet, everybody has their skeletons, and everybody does what they do, and whatever their trip is, and whatever, it's their business, it's their life, and whoever exposed that's a piece of shit. Because I know the whole Knight family, Ricky, Soraya, the mom. I've worked over in Europe, United Kingdom. I did 11, 12 tours over there, anywhere 2 weeks, 2 months, 3 months to a month. And everybody in that family wrestles. They do. They're wrestling people and good people, and if they love you, they're great. If they don't, leave them on. Roy, he was a zebra kid, tough kid. You love him. He's a tough kid. He's been some bar. God, he kicked out. He's a tough kid. But all good people. Whatever people do in their own personal, that's their business.
Thoughts on Ronnie Garvin?
Chopped me harder than anybody in my life. Him, Chris Benoit, hell of a guy. Just saw him this past April, I believe. What a hell of a worker, hell of a man, good man. Retired, does some conventions, saved his money, lives in West Virginia, just hunts and fishes.
Did you ever work with Muda? If so, how was it?
No, never got to. What I loved. Watched him work Brad Armstrong. They went 30 minutes, done TBS, the old Saturday night main event, or Saturday night, WCW Saturday night. And Muda told him, when he come out of the ring, told Brad, said, maybe you're the best worker in the United States.
Is George Weingroff as tough as he thinks he is?
Yes.
What are your...
George was Tennessee School for the Blind, state champion, UT Chattanooga. He was wrestling coach at Cheatham County, and he pro wrestled already. And Springfield wrestled Cheatham County, and I had Bobby Lee and at 167. And Bobby wasn't that good, good guy, wasn't that good. I slammed him. There's a penalty, and there's a dual meet, and we lost the dual meet because of that. George told him to stay down. Yeah, George Weingroff. But George Weingroff was a beast, legally blind, and what a wrestler, shooter. Bill Watts loved him, was a hell of a worker, and was a legend at Tennessee School for the Blind, legend, and at UT Chattanooga. And to me, George didn't like the politics of the business, and he's right on. But boy, great shape, man. He's probably about 60 years old now, and he looks like he's 30. George's a beast.
Who was your favorite wrestler?
He'd do the sheet gimmick, and I'd work with him for Del Man.
Yeah.
And on military bases at Fort Campbell, and I put him over because usually Bayface go over and do, and Dale always want to keep him hot as a heel, and boy, he did it. He ain't a sheet. I think he might be Indian, Italian, I don't know,
Yeah.
But his dad, Sal Long of Herbie, their brother, he's a state trooper. I can't take it. Eric, I love those guys.
Favorite wrestler to tag with?
They helped me a lot when I started.
Favorite wrestler to tag with?
It's hard. Stephen Guido, Ty,
Most overrated wrestler of all time?
I don't know. That's hard.
Least favorite wrestler to tag with?
That's hard too.
You don't want to throw anyone in.
White Boy's one of my favorite opponents, and too. I have to say that. That's hard to say. Some guys you never heard of, usually, least favorite, that think they're all that, you know what I mean? That you get the match over, try to get the show over, I don't understand that.
Opinion of Jerry Lawler?
one of the greatest minds, greatest workers ever. Longevity, 68, 69, still going. He's amazing. He was a real prick when he was younger, but we all were, I guess. And he's mellowed out since that happened in 2012. But I always had a lot of pressure on him. I guess that's what you could say. Top guy, and had to take care of himself, and I had the power to do that. But I learned so much from working with him, me as a heel and him as a babyface, and just listening. And he was just a man. You learned a lot from him, a whole lot about the business period.
Thoughts on Brian Last hosting podcasts?
Who is Brian Last?
I don't know. Maybe that's a trick question. I don't know. Jonathan Dobbs says you're his least favorite.
JD.
Yeah.
He's working right down the road. He works security over by the airport.
Oh, okay.
Checking in trucks.
Favorite and least favorite territory, and is there any territory you wish you had worked that you never got to work?
Portland, Oregon. Wish I could have worked there. Least favorite? I don't have a least favorite. They're all fun.
Apparently that the guy who hosts Cornette's podcast is the guy who we didn't know his name.
Oh, I have heard that name. Yeah, I don't know. I've listened to Jimmy's podcast. I guess I know him. Okay.
Thoughts on Ron Simmons?
Great guy, strong, tough guy. Loved to fish. He's an old country boy from South Georgia. What a football player. Retired as Jersey, Florida State. Beast, man. Ron.
Did you know Len Rossi?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I grew up watching him. I know his granddaughter. She was going to get in the business for a bit, not necessarily working, but as a valet. I think she's flight attendant now.
Was New Jack as bad behind the scenes as he comes across in interviews now, or is that exaggerated?
No, New Jack was New Jack. That's not a gimmick, but no, New Jack was a professional. I mean, I never had any problem with him professionally. I love New Jack.
Any Buddy Landell story?
Oh God, one night, Buddy, I can't remember. We were traveling. And while we were traveling, he started praying. And then a shooting star come. I remember that. And he pulled the car over and got out. And he said, it was pretty cool. And his buddy was so funny. God bless him.
Thoughts on the Dynamite Kid?
Only met him a couple of times. I didn't know. I knew Davey better. But he was cool to me, Dynamite was. I respect him. Hey, so far ahead of his time in the ring, his matches with Tiger Mask, people, guys should watch that.
Opinion of Bret Hart?
Hell of a man. He was. I hate that happened. That Goldberg and all that, and the stroke, and everything. And, people bought him, man. He was over.
Do you know anyone with more wrestling memorabilia than Jim Cornette?
No.
Someone says it was a pleasure watching you in Poughkeepsie, New York for ECW.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good town. Good wrestling town.
Could George Goulas have taken Luthez in a shoot?
No.
Thoughts on Billy Wicks?
Where do I know? I know him, but I can't think.
He's an older Tennessee wrestling legend that I guess was a shooter as well.
Yeah. He was getting out when I was getting in, kind of, Yeah. I didn't know him that well. I've been on a few shows with him.
Someone says, thanks for doing this Q&A. Thoughts on Impact Wrestling?
Fred Urban died. Wow. Yeah, you're welcome.
Was Billy Christmas as manly as advertised?
I don't know who that is. I don't think.
Neither do I. I think we're getting too late. Some of these questions are ridiculous, so I'm going to...
getting goofy.
Shut it down. And on that note, do you have any final thoughts to close off this interview? You've been
about
very
6 hours.
I don't know how long it is, but you've been very generous with your
I hope he
time.
makes some money. I do. I hope you know. Ain't got nothing else to do. Sunday's the day I reflect anyway.
Well, you've done a lot of reflecting today.
Yeah, it's 12:43. Hey, let them get the money's worth, right? You know, good time, and then we still want to bring you in. We want to bring you into pro wrestling. You don't want to wrestle, I know. I tell Joey, I don't want to wrestle. He don't want to work with nobody. So we'll just have him come in and just beat up our crew. Some of them need their ass kicked anyway. You know, their attitude, some of these guys, God almighty, man. But Midwest Impact Pro, Joey Grunge, got to plug that. He's my boy on Facebook. Look him up, School of Smothers. Go to Joey Grunge, get the Joey F and Grunge shirts, get everything with Joey. I love you, man. You're my brother. And we're trying to recruit Hannibal to come and be our bouncer. We got a lot of outlaw groups around us. You know, a lot of groups around us that give us trouble, talk shit. So we just bring you in, and then just, you know, just bring you in. We'll have you just hunt them down, just beat them up. Just go beat them up. So we're gonna bring Hannibal in to beat the hell out of about 50 of them guys. Goofs. I mean goofs. And it's some of the guys I try to help and train and do. You try to teach them the right way, but they will learn from goofs, their mentors. Then they go like, oh, he's just a jobber, Freddie Joe Floyd, and this isn't. He stole Public Enemy's gimmick, and Johnny Grunge gave Joey the gimmick. You know, he trained him and everything. So if any of y'all watching from Illinois area, CIPW, you guys are, y'all, but Rex, whatever your thing's called, I don't fucking know. He's a bunch of morons. We can bring a Hannibal in, beat the hell out of all of you. Everybody dies.